webcam and everything's on. There we go. There we go. Honey baked ham? Excuse me? Excuse me? Cool, cool, cool. Get a notepad if y'all can actually see that. Cool, cool, cool. Nice. Oops. There we go. Nice. Should be kind of cooking here a little bit. A little bit. Is Tompa that great though? Is he though? Is Tompa that great? I need the pop-out chat is what I need. That's what I'm missing. There we go. Now we got the pop-out chat popping. Pull that over there. What's up, as expected? Keith, Pedro, JD. How's it going out there, gentlemans? Wait for some people to trickle in here. as we're looking at some live scores. We'll probably try to get started at 8:45. I don't know if this will be a 5-hour extravaganza like we had for the Attack on Titan. Of course, when I want to live stream. Woke up sick as hell today. Sore throat, nose just running like a faucet. So I don't know if my voice and my throat will be able to hold up, but we're at least going to get a good hour or two in. At least. Any sports fan in here? Any sports fans? Thoughts on the Georgia-Alabama nonsense? What's the FSU score? 0-0. Nothing crazy. I'm not a big college football fan. I don't really do college sports, but I'll watch like the big games in the Final Fours. I'm more of an NFL, NBA guy. I don't think there's going to be a single SEC team. Yeah, I don't watch much college football either, unless it's like this time of year when it's the championship games and stuff. How's the voice sound? Are we like high, low, compared to the music? Are we good, not good? You'll have to keep me updated on that. The music might be a drop too loud, maybe? OST is loud. I just lowered it about halfway. Y'all let me know if that's better. Keep me updated and let me know if that is better. And if the voice is still good. We got this tier list cooked up here. We'll talk about the manga a little bit, if and when that's getting cooked. Can we add and just straight F tier here? Is that possible? F. Oh shit, no. Put that back to D. Put that back green. Oh shit, we done fluffed it all up, huh? Capital. Cool. And then... Sure, that could be green. Actually, I don't like some of these colors. Don't we feel like S should be green? This will be F tier. Just F. Black. Cool. Oh, you can't even see it. How about we go gray? Light gray. There we go. Make that like this. This. Cool. S is always red. Fine, we'll leave it. What's up, normal? Is the OST sound... OST's good? Is it cooking? Sounds better. Bitrate. Really not in the mood to mess with all that TBH. So that y'all get an idea of what we're looking at here. You guys can't see, but yeah, this should be good. Like, can you hear the music? Like, clearly you can hear. You're not having to like crank your volume up. And does the voice sound good? Like it sounds balanced. Do we need to go higher, lower, higher, or is everything like good at the line it is? You guys can't see what I have behind here, but behind my face cam is Aluka, Gon, Crollo, some of the other Zodiacs. Some of the other Zodiacs. It's good. Make the music a little higher, or just had to kick in there for a little bit. Like, I don't want the music to be overpowering, but I want you to clearly be able to hear what you're listening to, you know? Why did Clint just come out of the game? Pick up a foul. 6. No fouls. We have some money on Clint Capella tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We need 10 combined of this. He's at 6 through a quarter and a half. We like that. We like that. Don't gamble, kids, unless you have the means to. And even if you have the means to, you probably shouldn't. Trying to see what happened here. Clint came in at the start of the quarter, played 5 minutes, got the hell up out of there, it seems. Clint Capella defensive rebound there at 9. Clint Capella miss. Cool. You only bet on UFC. Ah, okay, now the truth comes out. Everybody out here betting on something these days. And I only feel comfortable betting on sports that actually know what's going on. Like, I'll have friends send me things about, like, hockey or cricket or random things, and it's just like, bro... And it could kill it. It can make money, but, like, I don't know what I'm putting money on. Come on now. It's good? Okay, music and voice is good. I'm going to trust you guys that it's good. So hopefully the people that catch the video on the back end. Now, I don't think I have any I used to have a copyright-free Hunter x Hunter soundtrack that I would listen to when I would live react to the manga chapters. That never got copyrighted. It was perfectly fine. And I searched for 2 hours in all of my playlist, all of my songs, went back and rewatched all my Hunter x Hunter videos to see if I randomly, like, tabbed over to it to press play or pause it. Cannot find it anywhere. And I'm pretty sure this is not copyright free. As long as YouTube doesn't take the video down, I want others to be able to watch it, because not everybody can catch the live stream. I think we had, like, I don't know, a handful of people, maybe like 20 people live, maybe 20 to 30 people that actually watched the that actually watched this Attack on Titan, but 400 people came back and watched it. Now this whole thing, this whole Attack on Titan thing, littered with copyright claims. We were playing so many official OSTs, I couldn't. So I don't want to monetize any of these. I'm not gonna be able to monetize or check everything through a 5-hour, 3-hour live stream. But I don't want YouTube to be able to take it down. If anybody out there has copyright-free Hunter x Hunter playlist, let me know. But for right now, we're gonna go with this. Hopefully, it's low enough to where, like, you guys could hear it, but maybe YouTube can't strike it. Debatable. We'll see. Are you a basketball fan, Ned? Like, when you were into basketball, what were you into? Like, just rooting for NBA? Were you betting? Is there a specific team? Yeah, NBA is good betting because it's every night, back to back, back to back, back to back. And you could say the same thing about baseball, but baseball doesn't hit the same, in my opinion. Yeah, so Madden, we were trying to talk about that earlier. I don't know. I had the scores over here for this. I think Michigan probably rolls here. It's FSU's spot to lose. If I want one of these two teams to lose, I want both of them to lose, Michigan and FSU, honestly, so we can have chaos when they do the poll, the voting here in the next couple of days. But I don't think Michigan's going to lose. So it's up to Florida State. And if Florida State wins, I think they'll give the final spot to Texas. I think there's going to be not a single SEC team in. Imagine Georgia being #1 all year. You're 12-0, just rolling. You lose one game, and you don't even get to play for the championship. Disgusting. You can play Hunter x Hunter Lo-Fi OST, which I think is copyright free. Oh. Well, yeah, I don't think there's any super teams right now. So if you weren't a fan of, like, LeBron in Miami and Steph, Clay, you know, KD, I think it's a good balanced time right now. Like, the Nuggets clearly seem to be better, but I don't feel like they're, like, unbeatable like that. So we were saying Hunter x Hunter, Hunter x Hunter, Lo-Fi OST. So you get some, like, Hunter x Hunter Lo-Fi hip-hop mix. 1 hour long Hunter x Hunter Piano. So we're going to start here in the next 2 minutes with the rankings. We got it pulled up right here, so if you're just getting here, we're going to start with this in the next 2 minutes. Let's see what some of these sound like. Oh my god. I feel like I'm playing on my like Game Boy Color. I'm playing Pokemon Red, Pokemon Blue and shit. What's this? Can't really hear much of it. It doesn't hit the same. And I know I can't play some of these official ones. That just won't go down. Well, we'll mess around with it. We'll try to go with what we have. See how it goes. Alright. We'll press play back on this. This is looped, so that's just going to go. Check this one more time. Anything popping off over here? No. Okay. That's playing. Should be good to go. You guys say the music's good to go. I think we have like 20 or so popping right now on a Saturday night. Are we ready? Everybody can hear me? Everybody can hear the music. Everybody can see the screen. No one's having any lag issues. We're good to go. Let me know. Let me know. And while we get confirmation, what's the word here? Is there any new anybody got the plug? Anybody got the word on the street news? Is there any good to go? We're good. Is there any new news out there in the streets? Any new manga news, updates, chapters, whispers in the streets, manga return, anime return, anything? Is there anything going on out there that you guys hear? I did see that, Keith. So I saw Hunter x Hunter trending on Twitter. What was this, last week? And I was like, oh, manga chapter announcement. Oh, anime announcement. Eyebrow raise. Go to my Discord. And people on YouTube are like, hey, Togashi just... And I saw it. I didn't read it, but I saw the tweets. Like, oh, he just released like 3 alternate endings just in case, you know, his health prevents him or, you know, gets struck by lightning or something like that. I didn't read it. I didn't check it out. Togashi released that he's working new chapters like a couple of weeks ago. Okay. So, speaking to him releasing the endings, what was that for? Did his health just take a, like, is he doing bad again? Is health a concern that he wants to get this information out? Or is it just like, hey guys, I know that I'm kind of like dicking around here, trying to... If I do never get this finished, here's 4 possible endings that I have. I'm concerned. I'm curious, like, why? Like, what was the reason for him releasing those endings? Is there a current health scare? Or he just felt like this was like a time to release this information. I'm sure I could click around. He mentioned that ending C is his favorite, but it will be disliked by 90% of people. 4 endings in case he can't finish. So I guess the question is, why did he release those 4 right now? Because there's always been, I guess, the reason it's been on hiatus, there's been questions of like, hey, he could not finish. So why did he feel the need to like release it now? I'm curious. Let me see. Togashi. Hunter x Hunter news. Just in case he dies. God. Ad block. Whoa, what did that just say? Togashi gives us a statement on why Hunter x Hunter has so much text lately. Togashi has 4 different endings for Hunter x Hunter manga, titled A, B, C, D. If I die, why would you even put that out there in the universe? Because it's so wild that, like, hasn't there been, like, multiple years hiatus with Hunter x Hunter? And hasn't his health been much worse than it is at a current point in time now? I wonder what made him roll over 2 weeks ago and he's like, you know what? I could die. I gotta get this information out. What? This could have been addressed years ago when it was like no whispers. Because I feel like, you know, we were feeling like, okay, he gives us a clump of chapters, disappears, give us a clump of chapters. He's just like, hey guys, his health's getting worse again, maybe? It could be. If I die with the manga unfinished, then the ending will be option D. The dropped ending D mentions... Interesting. Maybe because he's going through something serious. Yeah. It could be something that we as a reader and viewer don't know. Yeah, I would expect the same, JD, because I feel like there's been multiple points that you guys have. I don't have the ins. I just go off what you guys tell me. I don't research this stuff. But people have been like, oh, his health has been bad. That's why we didn't get chapters, like really bad, like couldn't get out of bed. But it seems like over the last year or so, since the chapter started coming back, it's been better, much better. That's why we started getting content. So it seemed like he was on a fine, I guess, pace. So for this news to come out, it's like, oh shit, what made him say that? Like, is something bad happening? Interesting. Did anybody choose to not read the endings, or did you all just dive into it? Because I didn't want, and I'm curious, like, if something was to happen to him, is it like, it's not going to be like a Berserk situation where he tries to get others to finish it and like, here, go towards this ending? Or he's just like, here, if I die, the story's going to be no more. Here's the end. Like, I'm curious, like, what's the play? The reason I didn't read it is because, you know, say his health, hopefully, you know, lasts and he's able to live a life and finish it. I'd like to just know it as it comes out. Or, knock on wood, if something was to happen where he can't, but somebody takes it over, I want to see how it gets to that ending. You skimmed it? Yeah, I didn't want to... I saw it, like, oh, here's option A, B, C, D. I didn't read any of it. But if something was to happen, did they say how they plan to handle that? Is it like, okay, he gave these endings, whoever he gives this to, if he gives it to anybody, are they going to try to get the story to those endings? Or is the story just cut? Like, hey guys, we can't finish it. He didn't say finish. This is how it ends. These are the characters. Take it and do what you want. Do we know which option it is? Togashi has said that he's only able to draw while laying down. Like, I don't think anyone who reads that ending would care about it at all. There's no details on A, B, and C, just like a dislike to like ratio. So we don't even know if it's like a Berserk thing where it's like, here's endings that he's entrusting people to get from where the last point he wrote. Here, you guys fill in the blanks and get us to the ending. It could just be like, hey guys, this is how it ends. Sorry, we can't get you to those points. Here's how it goes. Here's how the characters go. Take it. At this point, I just really want to know the conclusion of both Chrollo and Kurapika as characters. Don't need the fourth prince and the Dark Continent stuff. Yeah, it's hard to say, like, oh, I want to see how the princes and Dark Continent stuff goes, because we've just gotten into it and we've been cut off hiatus with it, that it's hard to, like, invest into it as a viewer and want to know how it ends when we barely had any time. I doubt he would let anyone continue the manga if he died. I'm pretty sure ending D is just the ending if he dies, but won't be the ending. Yeah. I could see that. No, I want DC stuff bad. Yeah, I do want the Dark Continent stuff, though. We've had heavy discussions on this, though, guys. Like, and again, I'm not a writer. I'm not an author. I'm not a photographer. XYZ, whatever you want to call it. Oh my God, Capella's going crazy, boys. We cashed. I needed 10 rebounds and assist for the whole game. We got 10 in the first half. I love people that respect money. I'm not an artsy person. I don't know what it would be for someone to like take over your work, continue your work, you know, all that type of stuff. But, and I've said this before, I feel like this is like the George R. Martin stuff. I didn't read any of it. Like you could say he doesn't owe anybody anything, and he doesn't. But like, if I was in these manga, and again, I don't have to stress that they have the deadlines that they have, the health problems, etc. But I feel like when you build a community and you build something that people enjoy that you've created, and you're building towards an endpoint, I would feel like a duty to give them that endpoint, even if I couldn't 100% control the endpoint. And you could still control every aspect of it. You just don't have your hands on it. And didn't we see him slowly start to like let that out a little bit with these recent chapters that came out? Wasn't he giving some of the responsibility to other people? Because in the beginning, I think people were telling me, no, he wanted to control all of it. And since he can't, that's why we're not getting content. Then when these new wave of chapters came out, I think it's been told to me that, okay, he is letting others, you know, fill stuff in, animate. So it seems like he's starting to relinquish that a little bit. But I feel like you could be at a point where like he could still control, okay, how that looks, and he still can control every word spoken and how the story goes. He just won't be the one pumping out the content. I feel like there's a duty to finish it. I'm not in his shoes. I don't know how that feels. And especially if we're getting to the point of like, hey, he's like, if I don't know. We've been over this a lot. I've had this discussion about the Hunter x Hunter and Togashi and stuff a lot of like, and people say that, you know, his wife did Sailor Moon. She can, you know, assist, and he could get any resources in the manga / anime community he would want to help write his ideas and get them onto paper. So it's not a lack of resources. It's not a lack of his mind going. So I don't know what makes somebody not want to relinquish that. Like if he was only literally able to like sit in bed or meet at a table and just have round discussions with people on like, okay, this is the story, this is the dialogue. I don't know. Yeah, he has helpers. Yeah, I don't know what George R. Martin is doing. I feel like every time he speaks, he just makes the situation worse. He's like, yeah, I got another 1,000 pages to go. 10 years later. Instead of working on Winds of Winter, he worked on the other. Yeah, George R. Martin's got a lot going on. And then they're pumping out these TV shows, so he's putting his attention to it's a lot. Hunter x Hunter is his life's work. It's normal. No. I agree with that, normal. It's his, again, I'm not an artist, I'm not a writer, musician, painter, whatever. So I don't know what it's like to like not have full control of your work, but there's also like a push comes to shove moment, and I feel like he's hit that with his health. If he just comes out and says, hey, if I can't be a part of it, besides just telling people, okay, do this, do that, then the story's not going to get, that's fine. But man, I feel like we could really pump this out if he decided like, okay, I'm giving up the animation duties, I'm giving up the writing duties. I'm just a storyteller, and others are going to take my story and put it on paper. Like One Piece, Oda already told how it ends, because it's too big that they can't stop it as a company. Maybe since Hunter x Hunter is kind of that big. That's what I'm talking about, Dark. I feel like... Hunter... That's another thing, too. I feel like Hunter x Hunter is so big, or was so big, or still gets that buzz when it comes out. But when you go on hiatus, on and off hiatus, you lose some of that steam. Does that make sense? Like, One Piece is pumping out thousands of, at this time, anime episodes and manga chapters. And like, the snowball is just pushed down the hill. It doesn't stop. It just goes and it goes. It's created such a monster that like the thought of stopping it on hiatus, like it can't be stopped. And I feel like Hunter x Hunter, I'm not saying he did it on purpose, but he kind of like stopped himself to where the momentum, like, it starts and it's like, well, we're used to hiatus. If the story never finishes, it never finishes. That type of thing. I don't know. I feel like Hunter x Hunter is an expression of himself as an individual, and I think the page layout and paneling is integral for stylistic and atmospheric reasons. Personally, I'm just enjoying the journey. His previous manga had a terrible ending, so he probably wants to have a decent end this time. No offense to you, but God, I hate the argument so much. Togashi's artwork is almost just as integral as his work to his storytelling. He's a master. I agree. But if we've gotten to a point that he's had to come out and say, hey guys, if I die, here's the endings. I don't know. I guess it just depends person to person. Again, I can't be in those shoes. But like somebody said about One Piece, you've created something so big that you've created a duty to the fandom that you've built over the world to see this thing through earth, wind, fire, be damned. Finish it for the people, you know? I could understand if he just like wants to take his time and his health is fine, but if it's waning that badly that he has to put out statements like, hey guys, if I die, here's what... Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. Meteor City, and that's okay. Yeah, I don't... If I was a betting man, I like guys, right now, if you had to put money on it, right now we are December 2nd, 2023. Do you think Hunter x Hunter ever actually finishes? I'm not talking he just decides to be like, hey guys, my health has gotten to a point, and if I can't be in control of my work, then the work's just not going to finish. Here's these definitive 4 endings. Apologize. This is just what I've decided. Here's what it is. I'm not talking ending like that. I'm talking we get full, fleshed out story completed as he sees in his vision. Do you think we ever fully get that? Everything gets covered he wants to cover. Dark Continent, Meteor City, bop, 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 yada, yada, yada. Do you think all of that ever gets done? If I had to put money on it right now, I'm going to say no. 0. 0, 0, 0 chance. He only revealed a single carded ending. Truly, I don't think he was in such bad condition that he's like... That's what I was thinking, Mango. It's like, I was curious, like, why did he reveal that now? Like, why did he hint at, like, these are the 4 endings? Just because he's like, hey, let me get this out there? Or, like, is there something underlying that we don't know about? 0 chance. Nope. Highly doubt. Doesn't add up. The ending not happening. No chance. Has at least 70 to 80 chapters, in my opinion. And God knows how long the Dark Continent... I was about to say, who knows what the Dark Continent could get into? That seems like a whole other hundreds of chapters in itself. Then you've got the Pariston, the Ging, the Yar... I don't think it'll ever get finished. I don't think it'll ever get finished. No. I think just off of that, what you were saying, Jay, easily 300, 400, 500 plus chapters. This series is dragging because he never gets to the moments he talks about when he keeps adding more shit. Maybe. Honestly, the ending of this arc would tell me a bit. My Hero Academia has already over 400 chapters, and they only started in 2014, while Hunter x Hunter, yeah. It's... Oh, yeah. The Dark Continent, like, I think we can all safely say this. The Dark Continent seems like it'll be the biggest amount of chapters in all of Hunter x Hunter, correct? I just don't see how you can't. You have to put the Dark Continent on screen. is crazy to me. Like, I don't think you can off-screen that. You've hinted at it so much. And even if you ended off your anime with hinting at the Dark Continent. Your main character got his life saved, ass pull or not, however you choose to agree that, by it being hinted at not being from this world, and that world never gets explored is... I don't know. That seems crazy. Now that we broke it down, guys, I'm gonna be dead ass. I'll be dead ass. Honestly, even as the Session War finishes, I will ascend. Seeing the conclusion of Kurapika and Kurolo's story. Dark Continent could be my fave ever. Off-screening Dark Continent is the only way to finish the story. I'd be tight if they off-screened Dark Continent and we just like looped back around. And then you've had Ging talk about like, you know, what's out there on the edges of the map, and you've got Beyond Netero talking about making trips out the Dark Continent will 100% be the place where Parasite and Ging will shine. Oh yeah. I think we'll fully get to like Parasite and Ging will turn into people's favorite characters if those arcs and stuff like that are fleshed out 100%. Because if we're being honest, is there anything to Ging's character at all? The man has no personality. The man has no nothing. The only time we've seen him passionate about something has been when he talks about the Dark Continent and going over there. And to not see him in that would be a massive fumble, in my opinion. Massive fumble. And that's what I will say. There's been a lot of characters. Okay, so we got introduced to all the princes, the Char-R, the Zay Lee, all this other shit, teaching other people Nen. You've got the troop going. Ugh. I'm gonna be dead ass. Story's not getting finished, boys. Pack it up. It's not getting finished. It's not happening. It's not happening. That shit is not happening. I'll be dead ass. It's just not. It's not happening. There's what? And this is if, and this is a major if he doesn't add anything new to the story. No new arcs, new group of characters, people. I wouldn't say Ging has no personality, but we did. I just feel like Ging's character, you know, always looking for new adventures and looking for new XYZ, yada, yada, yada. And we see, like, especially in the main, especially anime, and I don't know how the anime to manga is 1-on-1, whatever, for Hunter x Hunter. We've seen when Gon finally gets to sit down and talk to his father, what he's trying to accomplish, what he's trying to get to. And if we're not going to get to see that, that just seems like a waste. Seems like a waste. But see, the problem, Jay, is the journeys are great, but you like to see how things end, you know? Or at least be close to it. Yeah, we haven't done the tier list yet. We got stuck on all the Togashi and his alternate ending / do you think the story will ever finish? And it seems like we're all of the agreement that Hunter x Hunter is never going to finish. Honestly, if we're being real, guys, can we be real? Aside from Nen and everything, we're still learning Nen as we go, if we're being honest, in my opinion, with all these, with the princes and everything added to it, and they're like beast things that protect them and yada yada blah blah blah. in what other people's abilities are allowing them to do. Nen is still like a growing teaching thing in the story, in my opinion. Aside from Nen, I feel like the Hunter x Hunter story, like, has not... The surface of the story has not been scratched at all, or am I crazy? Maybe that's because I feel like we were following a character and now we don't follow that character anymore. Everything else that we've started with post leaving Gon, we have like barely peeled the surface back on like any of that material. Like, I feel like there's so much material that he might plan to cover, and I feel like we haven't even sniffed it. I think he's at a point where he's gonna have to make a decision, in my opinion. Yes, I feel like post-anime content, like those the 148 episodes, how many chapters does that cover in the manga? The 148 covers up to what? If Hunter x Hunter was fully fleshed out, it could easily be 100%, 1,000 plus chapters. And I would believe it. It feels like the story has not even started. I feel like Gon and his journey is like 5% of the story that he might have envisioned. There's so much to it. Because Gon and his story didn't even get us introduced to a lot of the plot points that are going on. We followed Gon to learn about Nen and all those things, but... 339, okay. And we are at what number right now? The last chapter was what number? I don't disagree with that. Normal. We're at 400. When did 339 come out? When was chapter 339? To put it in perspective, imagine One Piece going to infinite hiatus after Enies Lobby. Nah. For you guys that are Hunter x Hunter fans, when you see things like One Piece and Naruto and Bleach and things go, do you... I feel like you've got to sit and wonder, like that could have been what Hunter x Hunter is? Or could have been? Hunter x Hunter could have been something like that? To where, like, there's back and forth, like, manga chapters coming out, anime's going, content's pumping, it's flowing, it's going. I feel like Hunter x Hunter has that world and that story and that content to be a 1,000+ chapter with because it already had a strong anime presence. Some people that have never read the manga have Hunter x Hunter as their favorite anime, and it's definitely in top considerations. It's not my favorite, but it's up there. And to know how it, not saying it was handled bad, it's the circumstances that were dealt. What can you do? Like with his health, it's not like he purposely chose this and said, you know what, I'm done, or he's like, I'm going on to other things. It's a big what if, in my opinion. So from 20, so within a 10 to 11 years, we've gotten a whopping 60 chapters. That's rough. When you compare it to One Piece, how many chapters did you guys get this last year? A little bit. However, I also don't think that Togashi could have pulled off the Chimera Ant arc like he did without the hiatus. Or pull off the Secession War. 40 to 50. Y'all got 50. Dang. That's crazy. Yeah, because I feel like Hunter x Hunter has the strong opening anime presence to where if they come out with something else, that is going to get hopped on. There's enough material, enough characters, enough everything that I feel like if it had continued stride for stride, just off of what I've seen already, and I know it's early to say that, and I don't want to shit on One Piece. This is shattering One Piece. Any and all of it, in my opinion. Now, I haven't seen all of One Piece, and I don't know what goes on. And who knows where this story would have gone, but just from a, I don't know, a depth perspective, material, I don't know. If this got to go straight, like, imagine it just kept going and you have Hisoka and Chrollo animated into the Succession War, into the Dark Continent, anime's pumping out, chapters are going, anime's pumping out. Wow. I don't know if we'll ever get to that day, but I don't think a single story that I've heard would be able to compete with it. I don't think a story would be able to compete with it. And it's, I don't know. It seems crazy. It's always gonna be a big what if. Yeah, I think Hunter x Hunter would be. I think it would be it. Now, I don't know like how the story would go and characters and yada yada, if I would have it, you know, better than Attack on Titan and better than this and better than that, but it was set up to be, or could be. I think it definitely could. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah. What do you think's more likely to happen? We get consistent chapters pumped out, or a Hunter x Hunter anime returns? But the problem is, it's like, I don't know. There'd be no reason for the Hunter x Hunter anime to return, because there's not enough material to animate anything. And I mean, you could animate like I'm not talking like a studio officially animating the Hisoka Chrollo stuff, but I feel like you got to cut it off right after that. The anime would pass it by that point, because the manga's not going anywhere. It's just spinning its wheels. Yeah. He has talked about how it greatly affects his workflow in many of his interviews. Consequently, the health issues have resulted in massive breaks in Hunter x Hunter manga. The longest hiatus period we witnessed was from 2018 to 2022, a 4-year-long waiting period, as his health is very concerning. It seems Togashi has decided to give away a major piece of information. If he passed away before finishing the series, that'd be its ending, and apologizes in advance. The multiple endings. The key takeaway in this, I'm not trying to like, is that he has now confirmed in his own words that in case fate took him before the manga's completion, he asked readers to take ending D, that is the 4th ending, as the epic denouement to the magnum opus Hunter x Hunter series. As a result, he has unveiled every detail about the 4th ending of Hunter x Hunter manga. Every detail? Oh, we're skipping past that. I didn't read any of that. Hopefully you guys didn't either if you don't want to see it. At this moment, these are the 3 endings that align with Togashi's objective and desires. But he's also stated that he would sincerely try to strive to think about a unique ending that is distinct from the current 3 endings. Thus, he asserted that he would pen down the ending that he found the most entertaining at the end of the day.
Apple gift card is a practical gift that
I'm just not going to look at any of this, because we don't know how that plays out there. Just in case one day it does get finished and he decides to go with that, I just want to see it like when the time comes. Regardless, I'm under the impression that I think, and I've been saying this for a while, that like you just kind of have a duty to finish, you know? And I understand, you know, it's his passion, that's his life's work. To see anybody else take it over, like, it wouldn't be the passion anymore. It wouldn't be what he signed up to do in XYZ. But I feel like if you're releasing statements, clearly he feels a duty to his fans, to the community, to the public. If he's releasing statements like this, like, hey guys, if I get something happens, here's the endings, and I think if something happens, go with ending D. He feels something to get this type of information out. So if you feel that strongly about it, and you know that, like, damn it, I just can't. I'm getting the content out by any means. I'm gonna sit down in a writer's circle. I'm speaking. You guys are doing it. You guys are animating. Let me see the work. Move this here, change that, bop, bop, bop. As long as the mind is still, that would be my approach. But again, I'm not in his shoes. It's never been my life's work or my life's passion. Does he do it for himself? Does he do it for others? Maybe it's a combination of both. That just would be my approach. But what can you do? What can you actually do, you know? I guess let's go ahead and get into it. Just want to check a couple of these scores real quick, and we'll go ahead and do the tier ranking. We'll get the tier ranking up. Just checking some of these scores. At this point, I'm just waiting for the Hisoka. Yeah, I'm surprised Hisoka. Yeah, there's also so much build-up in dialogue, so probably not much hype. Also, to be clear, of anybody that has perhaps been deluded by clickbait, Togashi didn't reveal 4 endings. He revealed 1. What's up, Van? Well, who knows what's happening behind closed doors. Yeah. We don't know what's happening behind. Maybe he's doing that now, currently. Maybe he's got a team around him that includes his wife and others, and maybe others that he trusts. And is pumping out that type of information. He has a team that's getting this stuff down. Like, hey guys, if I can't physically handle this, I do want to get this out to people. I do want to see my story finished. But here's the thing. If the health was that pressing, I don't know how. Because I wouldn't even say he has the story finished. And he could. But holy shit, we just went over it. The Succession War doesn't seem remotely... 50%? If that? That's being generous if we think that's done. Then the Dark Continent. I don't know how many chapters the Chimera Ant was in the manga, but I feel like the Dark Continent could easily double that content. Then it's like, okay, do we introduce Gon back into the story? Because after the Dark Continent and they return, like, what is the story after that? Or who returns, if that? And then what returns? Like, what do they bring back, if anything? And who still remains of the group that brings back? And then if he plans for, like, okay, once the Dark Continent is done and we kind of circle back around, is the story slowly going to be wrapped up, or are we introducing another thing? I don't know, man. I do not know. It's a lot. It's a lot of content out there, boys. I just finished the manga. Chimera Ant arc was 122 chapters, I think. Like double the current Succession War. Hey, Hunter x Hunter, they could go to space. They could do a lot of things. Could do a lot of damn things. Alright. Were there any more press? So that was the manga news. So there's no current update that we had. That was pretty much all we had asked right now. So we got this. So he released things. It looks like he only really gave 1 ending. Yeah, and there's the Gyro stuff, and... Whew. To be honest, that would be my biggest goal. I don't want Gon to be brought back up. In my opinion, I'm actually curious on that. This is actually a very big question I have. Do you want to follow Gon again? Of course, could check in and see what he's up to. But do you want him to be the main character again? Do you want that? And then do you want him to have Nen again, etc., etc. Because I don't want any of it. I don't want any of it. Now, I always see this all the time, arguments all the time. I definitely want to follow Gon again. There's very clearly a maturity arc for him in place. He's no longer going to be idolized. True. Yes, I want to see Gon again after like 500 chapters. I don't mind checking in on Gon. You know, what is he up to? What is his new mental now? You know, he found his father. He did this, he did that. What I do not want, and I see arguments about this all the time in YouTube videos related to Hunter x Hunter, Twitter posts related to Hunter x Hunter, Instagram, yada yada. There seems to be nobody has a definitive answer, so I don't even know. Of like, what Gon sacrificed. Some people seem to be on the fence of, no, he sacrificed never being able to use Nen again. Like, that's just point blank period. There's no wiggle room. Like, he gave that up. He gave up all his potential to achieve that goal, and he gave up that opportunity to ever access it again. That's the part of the fence I'm on. The other part of the fence that the other half seem to be on is, no, well, he actually only gave up his Nen currently for right then. All he has to do is just start training again and just build up his Nen back up, and it'd be that easy. But that dulls that moment for me verse verse Pitou so much. If like that's all it takes to just like, oh, I just have to start back over again. Well, I've done this before. I would hate that so much. So much. I feel like a lot will wrap up and the story will go back to Gon. I'd love more arcs of Gon. Obviously, I wouldn't want him to get back Nen super quick, but eventually, yeah, definitely. I think Gon getting Nen again is fine, as he has been reset to normal, but I hope he has lost his talent and has to learn it from scratch. I just don't want him to ever be able to use Nen again, in my opinion. I just want that completely shut off. Or if anything, he's just like a borderline of a borderline, just basic, just your average hunter, and like that's what the peak will be. Yeah, and I'm fine if we don't address Gon or Killua at all. Killua maybe, because his siblings are currently involved in what's going on. So if there was to be a life or death situation of either of them, I'd love to see how Killua would react to each. But I feel like his story is also concluded as well. I don't want Gon getting Nen back at all. That would cheapen that entire moment. It would change my thoughts on that arc in the story completely. If we just see him fast forward 500 chapters from now and he's just right back to like getting the swing of Nen back in it, like getting his talent. No. Absolutely not. Don't do it. It'll lower the whole entire series for me. But that's up to personal preference. I guess the question is like, what is a full potential Killua at this point? Because I think it's safe to say that he has no assassination interest, right? That's not something he's going to be pursuing, in my opinion. Like, I think he's done with that. Can we all agree with that? So I guess what would he continue to, strive to be, like, peak, fully honed into the Nen, all of it? I guess what would give him that drive to be? Like, what would he be trying to accomplish? I would like to see it. I guess I would have to see the motivation that he would want to have to get to that moment. Because I think he's done with the assassination stuff. Do we agree with that, or? Iluka need to die because free wishes. Oh, I agree with that. Iluka is a very big issue there. Because like I said, and then that's another thing with the Gon thing all over again. Here's my take. People say, oh, there'd be no consequences, but that isn't true. Gon is still left with the consequences he cares most about. I don't know, because he already got a... The thing is, you already gave him a get out of jail free card. You let... Whether Togashi had this plan or not, Iluka, nothing given up, nothing at all. Gon gets fully healed and gives up nothing. There's no law of equivalent exchange if you want to talk about Full Metal type stuff. So he gets to sacrifice and give up his entire future, all of his nen, his entire physical body is going to 100% die. And he gets here's a Senzu Bean, free reset, cost you nothing. So he gets to do all that, achieve all that power, give up everything, about to die, he gets fully reset, gives up nothing, and then he gets to go back to pursuing Nen and living his life. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah, I agree. I think his goal is to protect his sister. Now, that could be motivation. Others find out what his sister can do and what she's capable of, and Killua has to then up his powers because he's got to play, I guess, permanent bodyguard 24/7. Yeah, that could be. And I would say, like, oh, he could ask her for a wish to, like, bump his potential up, but I think he agreed, like, he's never going to ask her of anything like that again. Iluka isn't just going to grant wishes. The entire reason she followed Killua's orders was because Killua did not abuse her. Which would be the main theme. Killua gave Iluka his love in exchange. Just shows how absolutely ridiculous, powerful. Oh, for sure. Nah, I don't think they really gave up that much of a relationship. I think the relationship might not be 100% what it was before the whole Pito incident, their relationship. But I'd say it's at least 80 to 90% of what it was. They had their moment. They acknowledged the issues. It was clearly shown in the anime to me that, hey, Gon admitted that he messed up. We go on from here. They had their moment, but I don't think like, oh man, friends that never will be again. It seemed fine to me. I just don't think that a character should be able to get all that. Yeah, I agree. If anything, the relationship is stronger. I don't think their relationship is for the worse. Not every relationship is perfect. I feel like they had their moment. Killua went through all that, almost getting his whole entire family killed for Gon. If anything, I think their relationship is stronger, in my opinion. Oh, the character that Killua would turn into if Iluka got killed because people were hunting her down for her abilities? Oh my god. Would be insane, because who outside the family knows Hisoka? And Hisoka is in some shit right now. What he could do with that information to tell others, and then what others might do to get access to her. There could be a lot of things. I don't want to sit here and speculate, because who knows if we ever get to the Dark Continent or make it back from the Dark Continent to ever see a story like that put in. Let's just get some update on when new chapters are coming out first. But there's a lot to theory craft about for sure. Yeah, it's I don't know. I feel like Gon was... Every anime has their moments. They're like, I don't want to call them ass pulls, because the way they handled the Iluka story, like, that was some of the best stuff in the entire anime. It just happens to be super convenient that the main character essentially gave up his entire life to achieve a goal, but then they're like, okay, hold on, hey buddy, reset button, come on back to us. It's like, wow, that was easy. We gave up nothing. So to see him give that up, get everything in his life back physically, and then get to like still pursue Nen after the fact, it just kind of pisses on the entire moment of like him giving that up and all that. But what can you do? Hopefully Gon just never really becomes a main factor again in the story, other than maybe to check in on things, do this and do that. I don't need to see Gon like training again, regaining his Nen. I probably would be turned off from the story. I'm not just gonna drop the series. Oh my god, how could they? But it would lower for me Hunter x Hunter as a whole, because that moment of when he did all that was so pivotal to know that like I don't know. I think Chrollo survives. I think every other member gets taken out. Now, is the other sibling a part of the troop or working with Illumi or both? Because Hisoka has he's not like going, I know he's going after some of the troop members, but the other sibling, but Kiluto is also working with Illumi, who's helping Hisoka. Because I'm trying to think, like, how could you get Illumi's rage to go towards Hisoka? You could have Hisoka, as he's going after troop members, take out Kiluto, and that could spark some things. But it feels like Kaluto and Illumi are also working with Hisoka, so maybe Hisoka knows not to target. I don't know. Again, that's a whole messy thing. But I do agree with Baseball Tomorrow. I do agree with what you were saying, yes. That, I don't know who they are going up against, but Kurapika and Chrollo will end up working together to, I think, in combination, take out Hisoka and Tsurayunik, in my opinion. I think the both of them will work together to either take out one, take out the other, or take out both, in my opinion. Now, what that will do to Kurapika going forward, as far as the revenge for Chrollo, who knows? It's hard to tell like what Hisoka would really do or not do if pushed to it, because we know they've had history in the past and they've worked together in the past, and they might not be working together, but they won't really indict the other one. Like, oh, did you see Hisoka over there? Would you take him out? It's like a gray area when it comes to like Illumi, Hisoka, Kaluto. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hisoka would target the other sibling to get Illumi's rage. That I do agree with. Oh, 100% Jay. I think it's going to end up coming out that Chrollo and the troop might have never really had much of that involvement in the massacre. Or what you're going to find out is that one of the princes, if not the fourth prince, was essentially the one that got that massacre going through the Phantom Troop. I don't know. Like I said, I think there's a lot of information missing that's going to make Hisoka have a realization moment that maybe his anger was put in the wrong place. And that maybe Chrollo isn't fully to blame. But like I said, I think who it ends up being for, I think Kurapika and Chrollo will end up working together to take out Hisoka, to take out Tsurayunik, or to take out a combination of both. Yeah, you don't want the troop to just look... Spoilers if you haven't seen Naruto. You don't want some, like, Itachi moment. I'm not saying Itachi was corny. Not at all. But you know how, like, oh, wow. You know, it was for this reason. Chrollo and the troop really were the great good guys all along. It's like you don't want something in you know, that kind of turns out like that. But we'll see how they handle it. You know? They could... It's just so hard to speculate because, like, we just get so little information over so long amounts of time that, like, it's so hard. I haven't read the Kurapika childhood chapters. I feel like Kurapika will die. Who has a better chance of... Who's a better chance of dying to y'all? Kurapika or Chrollo? I think it's Kurapika. Yeah, we do. Need that ultra secret spinal fusion. I think Kurapika dies. Both kill each other. Okay, well, here's the other question. Do you think these two actually ever fight to the death? I don't think so. I don't think they do. I don't think the two of them are ever going to have that, like, square off battle that I guess Kurapika is trying to get. I don't think they do. I don't think they do. I don't think they end up fighting. And I don't think if they die, it ends up being by each other. If that makes sense. In my opinion. I don't think they end up going off against each other. Yeah, so Rydnik, and I'm curious just like how who's going to have that ability to essentially beat his ability is the question. I was actually thinking about this the other day. He essentially has two Nen beasts that you have to get through. Number one, they're going to protect him off rip. One of which you can't even see. And he has an ability that essentially gives him a fast forward button to then come back to present, adjust, see again, adjust, see again. So who's going to be able to break that? Who's going to be able to get past the two Nen beasts, then get past the ability itself? As he himself gets better with Nen. It's asking a lot. I'm curious if it's going to end up having to be a crazy like, I don't know. I don't see like a gang or Beyond Net or anybody really getting involved with him. So how a Kurapika or a Chrollo gets past that type of front line and ability as Rydnik himself gets stronger as he learns Net, I don't know. I don't know. True, Chrollo steals his ability, that's about it. If you can get past the Nen Beast. But I also feel like Kurapika is like running on E right now. With like all the abilities fired up, teaching, doing this. Yeah, there's a lot with the Rydnik ability of like, okay, the ability is already like semi-busted. So do you just outspeed it? I don't think you can. Or out just power it. But if he's always like a slight step ahead, how do you slightly ever catch up? Just from a basic ability standpoint. And then who knows what the two Nen Beasts will do if you try to harm him anyway. It's a lot. It's a lot. Now, what you could hope for is that maybe Kurapika, if they do team up, maybe Kurapika is able to somehow do something that lets Chrollo have the ability to then steal the ability or steal something. But also, to be honest with you, which I don't think we've really covered really that deeply, maybe the manga has, I'm just talking from an anime perspective and what we've seen with Chrollo and Hisoka, you don't know the abilities that Chrollo has in that book. There are, and again, I don't know how deep we could get into it. There could be some serious abilities in that book. So I don't know. Some serious stuff in that book. It depends like how deep they want to go with it. I feel like it could get really nasty abilities if they want to go that route. If it comes to a point where Chrollo and him have to face off. I actually feel like, yeah, Kurapika's already got like the chain and stuff on the heart going. Who knows what other restrictions. Is essentially just like already pushed past the point of everything going on right now. With everything going on in the ship. I see Kurapika being one to easily self-sacrifice if it meant taking out somebody on the other end. Or just might do it, just exhaust all physical and endurance and Nen endurance to the point of just like death, you know? 100%. True, if you had an ability, because even if he saw like however far in the future, if you had something that was so great in AoE effect that even if he had a couple seconds head start he couldn't escape, then yes, 100%. Yeah. But, like I'm saying though, again, as he's getting stronger in Nen, and as the Nen beasts that surround him, I don't know what he can tank and what he can survive. Because if I'm him, and as clever and as smart as Saridnik seems to have come off, you would think the writer would also write in like, okay, if somebody dropped a nuke right next to him, clearly he can't escape in the given amount of time, even if he knew a nuke was going to be dropped right in front of his face. That's all I'm countering. That's all I'm trying to build up a resistance to, or whatever it might be, to basically be able to eat AoE attacks, you know? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. There could be an ass pull inside Chrollo's book. You do not know what there could be some wild abilities in there. I would love to see. Could you imagine? That probably would be better to me than killing Hisoka. I hate Hisoka, right? I know he's like a fan favorite, whatever. You know what I think would be better than killing him? Taking his bungee gum ability. Oh my god. Could you imagine Chrollo whips that out of the book? Holy shit. Holy shit. Hey, there could be miniature roses planted all on the boat. And it doesn't matter what Nen Beast you got, your ass is getting taken out. Now again, what Nen Beast might have post-mortem on them, revive, Camille type shit, I don't know. No, I just don't like Hisoka's character. I know Hisoka is like always top on like the fan votes and yada yada. I guess my question would be, if Hisoka is a favorite of yours, I guess the follow-up question would be why? I guess would be my question. Like, what is it about the character that you like? Yeah, it would just be interesting, because if I'm someone as smart as Saridnik, or at least as smart as they make Saridnik seem to be, I must know that, like, okay, I can see the future, essentially. I can always be a couple steps ahead. I've got Nen Beasts that protect me. I need to develop something that, if a bomb goes off, or if something is an area of effect, or something that could, like, even if I had the future, if Phaeton, not Phaeton, if, oh god, what's his name?
Even if your team's not in the same place,
Franklin shows up, drops his hands, Nen bullets the entire area. I can't dodge that shit. Phaeton goes off, I can't dodge that shit. I need to be able to have a way to dodge it, or to live, or to tank it, or to survive. That would be my main focus if I'm Sir Rydnik. Area of effect, or mass attacks. How can I counter, live, survive, sacrifice? What do I have to give up? Condition, anything. And that's what I'm saying, Simple. That's why the story is like, we're so focused on this Prince shit. We still have Zodiacs, Ging, Periston, Beyond, Dark Continent, etc., etc., and we haven't even sniffed it. And on top of that, you're introducing all these other groups. This is Xylee, Char R. They've got like 20 characters on each side that all have these random abilities, and I'm supposed to memorize this and memorize that. And we're still getting introduced to, oh my god, what's the sword boy's ability? We don't even know what he... Ugh, it's a lot. It's a lot. And you've got like Prince security that have abilities that were... And it's hard to keep this stuff fresh when you take 2-year breaks. So you like Hisoka, he's chaotic neutral. You never know what he's going to do. He's just so interesting and charismatic. Obviously he's creepy as hell, but every single scene he's in is just made better by his presence because he's so chaotic. What do you think of Morena is cooking, by the way? And I'm curious, like, how big is like the Char R, Xylee, Morena stuff? Are they gonna play massive parts, or are we about to just like take their heads off here in the next handful of chat? I don't know. I don't know what Morena's cooking. I think bodies are gonna start dropping. I do agree with that. That I do agree with. Baseball. He is introducing... I mean, no bullshit, I'm not even bullshitting. 30 characters that we got introduced to since we got on this ship. Plus, all the princes, the 2 different groups, the groups, members in them. I mean, 30, 40 plus characters. And you're introducing all this stuff, and then all the Zodiacs, and then everything else. You're talking about the Dark Continent, the Succession War, Nen Beast, post-mortem death is really getting hammered home. He's made it as complex as ever. And now there's a chance that this stuff never even comes out. There's a chance this stuff never even comes out. He might just give you a final ending, like, sorry guys, couldn't get there. Here's how it ends. And you don't get any of that information. I don't know what I want to become of Morena's character. Yeah. I need to see more of her on screen if I'm gonna have an investment of like her to die or live or whatever she decides to do. I just feel like, honestly, this, like I said, if Hunter x Hunter never went on hiatus and he was able to fully seek out the dream and the thing and everything going on there, anime gets picked back up, yada yada, I think it would be just as popular, if not more popular, than what One Piece is pumping out right now. I just feel like the content and the characters are so much better that nothing else would be able to keep up with the complexity of the power system, the story, the characters, the intricacies, the abilities, Dark Continent, whatever else, all of it. It's unfortunate that we probably will never get to see all that material realized on paper, definitely not animated on screen. But you hope, though, you hope that maybe his health will hold out, that one day we do get it all finished. But I mean, like we said, we already went over this. I think the Dark Continent alone covers hundreds and hundreds of chapters, 300 plus, 400 plus chapters. And I think the Succession probably takes another 100 plus to finish that. So we're talking 400, 500 plus chapters just to finish the Dark Continent and the Succession, and then what becomes of the characters who's still alive after that. I don't know. I don't know. It's just a lot. It's crazy because I think you guys said what, you've gotten like 40 to 50 One Piece chapters this year. And what One Piece has pumped out in a year. Granted, people say One Piece drags on, but shit, some content is better than no content. That you guys have gotten that in the span of 10 years is crazy. Yeah, the potential is there for like it to be the greatest anime and the greatest manga ever created. From action to story to intricacies to power system. It just, the health, man. I'm not saying he got in his own way or like studios got in the way or, you know, whatever. Just the health slowed it down. And I just have a feeling it's never going to be able to pick up that steam to be on that level of a One Piece, you know, of even a Naruto, if you want to say that, and Bleach and other things. Just when you go dry for that long, and when he reveals like, hey, here's possible endings, it's just like, what can you do? It's there. Like Hunter x Hunter could be greatest anime, greatest manga if it was all able to just flow, but it's never going to be. I agree, baseball. I wish he would hire an artist and hire a writer. Easier said than done, because I'm not somebody that has passion projects or anything like that. But man, the content that could be pumped out if he was to just speak it and others were to animate and write, woo-wee. You want to talk about the content we could get in this next year? Man. I finished Hunter x Hunter. Is terrifying to think about, man. If it's already one of my faves. That's what I'm saying. Hunter x Hunter anime, just the 148 chapters, to some is already considered the greatest anime, or the best anime, or the best power system. And if it's not your favorite, I think it's universally seems to be like it's in people's top 5 for sure, top 10 in that area, depending on how many animes you've seen. For it to be a fully fleshed out story of thousands of chapters, we're talking 500, 600, 700 something plus anime episodes. I think it could go down as the greatest ever. It still could if it ever got to that point, but it doesn't sound too reassuring when the man's issuing statements that, hey, if I die, here's this. I didn't read it. Scarcity, I didn't read it. I know that it's out there. I saw it all over Twitter. We just went over it like 30 minutes ago. I didn't read it. Just in case the day ever comes where we finally do get a story rated, that is the story. I'm just going to wait till then. That could be decades from now, but... Okay, I don't think we have any crazy questions at the moment. So let's flip this back around here. Let me get rid of that. Let me drag this over here. Boop. Let me drag this over here. Bop. Let's go over here. How are these looking? Nothing too crazy. Dang, FSU. Y'all suck, huh? You suck again. Let me check the box score of this. I also want the box score of this and the box score of that. And let's do this tier list. Oh my god, look at this man. Man's a monster. Free money. Shay? Not bad. Luka's playing tonight? Oh yeah, Kyrie's out tonight. How's Katie doing with nobody else? Oh, Booker is playing tonight. Nice. Not bad. Surely you guys don't lose to like one of the worst teams in the league, though. Is there any Bradley Beal news, or is he still dicking around? What's up? Beal will be out and reevaluated in 3 weeks. And that was 15 days ago. Man, still got another week at least. Hasn't taken a single dribble this season. Oh, no, he did. He did. Played 2 games. They lost both. Oh, man. All right. My Lakers play soon. Let's do it. Anything else going on here? Dude, don't worry. It feels like filler ending anyway. He can't even go to the bathroom without aid, and they think he's going to pump out weekly chapters. That's what I'm saying. He's never going to be able to. I think it's at a point now physically that he's never going to be able to do this on his own. So I think one of 2 things has to happen. He does what he just did. Say, hey guys, here's the possible endings. I'm going to, if I don't get there, he's not going to get there. If I never get there, here's the endings. D is the one I think, would be cover all bases. He's never going to get there, by the way. He's never going to be able to do it on his own. Let's just get... If you're the biggest Hunter x Hunter fan, I'm sorry. He's never going to do it. The health is never going to get better. I hope it does for his mental. I hope his mental stays strong and things internally stay strong health-wise. But physically, whatever's happening with his back and all, it's not. It's not going to happen. Not to a point where he can consistently pump out content. So he has a choice to make. Either leave it like it is, and he has spans of maybe one time a year he feels good enough that he can get a handful of chapters out. And every year we might get like 5 to 15 chapters if we're lucky. Or he outsources this to people he trusts, people he close studio, his wife, whatever, to animate and to write for him, and they start pumping out content. It's one of those two. So, as of right now, it seems to be option one, where there seems to be a little bit of hope. He's feeling better. Here's a chunk of chapters, disappears. Chunk of chapters, disappears. Or maybe he'll outsource it. Hopefully, for our sakes, he'll outsource it, and we all get to live the dream. Appreciate that, Sasan. I'd be curious about your power level ranking for characters too, but I know you're doing favorite. Yeah, I want to do abilities too after the fact. Yeah, the Suns... Hey, the Suns do be sunning. Beal is still injured. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yo, Giannis and Dame are like barely scooting by these days, eh? What's their record? 13-6. Are they number 1 in the East? Or is it Boston? It's Boston. They're number 3. Well, they can barely play 2 games together. Why are they... Is someone going off for the hot... Oh, yeah, Trae Young's got 32 and DeJounte Murray has 26. Jesus Christ. Why is Clint Capella bullying Giannis on the boards? Also quite disgusting. Brook Lopez is a waste of a contract. It's pretty bad. You caught up in 4 times speed? Hey. Yeah, and they gave up way too much defense, and Dame is not giving them enough offense for what they gave up in Drew. It's better offense, but it's not enough for what they're giving up on offense. I mean, for what they're giving up on defense. All right. There was a different one of these. So we had this one here. This tier list here is... We can all agree this one's a waste of space and time, right? Some of these guys and some of these ants, I don't remember their faces. Their names, could tell you nothing about them in my entire life. What is she? Like, what were you? Someone in Heaven's Arena? Like, some of these have no business being voted on whatsoever. I don't remember your faces. Never seen you in the story in my entire life. So we're not doing this one. And there's also like triple the amount of characters. Like, who are you people? I have absolutely no idea. So we're not doing this one. We're not doing this one. We're going to do this one instead. This seems to have all the Zodiacs, all the troop members, the main ants. Seems like we're missing a couple of the ants, possibly. I don't see Welfrin. We might be missing an ant or 2 on here, but for the most part, I think we got it. I think all we're missing is Welfrin from here, which I don't see. I might be missing it, but I don't see Welfrin on here at all. But to be honest, that other one was ridiculous as hell. But let's go ahead and do this here. I added the F tier. Let's just get this shit out the way. Let's get his big ass up out the way, okay? That's number 1. Let me get him up out the way. Oh, we are missing manga characters. Damn. That's true, huh? I wouldn't mind putting a couple of the princes on here. Manga cover? What would you even put for that? Hunter Prince tier list? Might have spelt that wrong a little bit, but I don't think we're gonna get what we want. I don't think they're gonna have what I want. They're not. Nah, they're not. Alright. Yeah, get Tompa's big worthless ass. I should honestly should just leave him like on a different row, but we'll put his ass at the bottom. Let's start the tier list. We got 30 or so people in here. Hopefully you guys can hear me and hear what's going on at the same time. So F is just characters that I can't stand, do not like. D tier is like, I don't have an issue with you, but you leave no impact. Let's see here. We just got to start chipping away and start getting some people up here. Like, he's fine. I know some of these are going to get hate. I know some of these are going to get hate. I just need to get the characters up on the tier list. Then we can shuffle up as we go. Don't care for that character at all. At all. Just get him out the way. Nove? My god, I love me some Nove. Holy shit. Yes. Get up there. I enjoy Machi's character a lot. I enjoy you. Let me get you up here. Illumi, let me get you up here as well. Some of these might move up or down, but we've got them in decent areas. Let's get this going here. Genthu's the worst villain, a part of the worst arc, a part of just the worst time. So, yeah. If I had to add up everything right now, Hunter x Hunter, where it ended off, plus all the chapters that I've read in One Piece, it's Hunter x Hunter easily. But it's also weird because there seems like there's so much to do with Hunter x Hunter, but the anime left it... Honestly, if you told me, like, aside from, like... I don't know, I feel like you could say... You don't need to read the Hunter x Hunter manga until we get clearance on, like, what's going on here. Because this on-off, oh, guys, here's a possible ending if I die. It makes you feel like, why invest time into it when we don't really know where this is going? So it feels like the story is, like, fully done at 148, essentially. Does that make sense of what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to invest, like you say, like, oh, compare it to One Piece or compare it to whatever. It's hard to compare it because it feels like the story ended at 148, so that's all the material I have off of to compare it to other things. It's been such a shit show post 140 or post Chrollo and Hisoka fight that, like, what's going on, you know? So I feel like when you talk about Hunter x Hunter, you should just talk about up to that point. Because with the start-stop, and mostly stops, you start to lower it a little bit. Okay, let me get back to this. Your ability is cool, but this isn't off of abilities, it's just off of characters. Some of these I don't get enough of you to, like, put you anywhere. So a lot of these troop members that, like, we saw your abilities, like, it's hard to... I'm gonna put all of them here, but these guys are gonna shift up or down. I just need to get all of them up there. Parison's a good one. Let me get some of these guys up here in the general area of where they're gonna be. Again, I don't get enough of you to really have an opinion on your personality or what you add to the story at all. Same thing with, I mean, you're fine. Again, there's a lot of fine characters here, but I get so little of you that, like, is it weird that I prefer him over Bisky? Is that weird? There's actually a shitload of characters here. Holy shit. We got a lot going on here. Okay, hold on. We actually have a lot going on here. Hold on. We just need to get some of these names on paper. And then we can start shuffling once I get them up here. Alright, let's just get some of these guys on paper here. I'm not gonna put anybody in S yet. I'm going to have S characters, but we're not gonna have them up there yet. I just need to get guys up that I know will be in A tier, and then we can start going from there. What's the chat? What's the chat talking about? Because it's weird. Yeah. That's weird. We do get more Bisky than Wing, but I feel like Wing was such an impactful character at the time. Pachito down in trash tier. No, these guys are pretty ass. I won't lie to you, they're pretty ass. But I also didn't mind. I prefer them better. Like, these guys deserve to be down here. But I'll tell you what, they're better than these two. And like some of these Zodiacs guys, like, I don't know your abilities or what you do. Don't know your abilities or what you do. Don't know you. I don't know you. We have a little bit of you, so I guess you can come up here. We've gotten a little bit more of you in the manga, but like, I don't know you or what you do. Honestly, Illumi's ass is gonna go down here, and I mean not Illumi, but fucking he's gonna go down here. Miluki. Oh god. Actually, no, he can suck the tip. He can go down here too. Iluka can get up here. She get in like B tier. You can go up here too. She's fine. Giddy Call go up there. I don't get enough of you to have an opinion. I mean, she's the best of them. At least we got some personality. Get him up here. Get Hisoka in C for now. Yes, yes, I know. We'll work on it when we get there. Hold on. Get Crollo's ass up there. What else we got? Yeah, it's hard because the Dark Continent stuff. Some of these Zodiacs could turn out to be some of our favorite characters. It's just at the moment, I don't know enough. I don't have enough, so I can't really give you much information on that, you know? Anything change in this? Is FSU that bad, guys? You just want to give up your spot to somebody? Jesus Christ. Michigan's not doing much better. Good lord. She can get up here and B. I prefer him over every Zushi, over every single one of these characters. Honestly, he's going to be up here. But like, he'll be up here too. We'll work on that. I don't know who this is. I do not know who this is. Is this a Zodiac? I'm assuming. I know he is. You can get up here. Another Zodiac. Is there a way to like right click and delete some of these people? They're taking up so much space. Alright, you can get up here and like the higher BC. Then we got Kite. Kite can get up here and the upper B. Okay, we've got names on paper. Alright. Dang, Zushi got even less screen time on manga than he did. I just liked. Now, is it because Zushi actually had talent, or is it because Zushi had a baseline of like at least 1% of Nen and Killua didn't? That Zushi was able to show some like grit. Because I would love to see Zushi be like the Rock Lee to the Naruto and Sasuke, to the Gon and Killua of, you know, of those two. But I don't think we ever see Zushi again, can we be honest? We'll never see him again. Let's try to back this out a little bit so we can see it here. Hold on. Alright, you guys should be able to see that a little bit better. Okay. We got the whole tier list here that you guys can see. How do we want to do this here? Let's start at the top's easier. Everything in the middle is just a mess. It's kind of, I think we all maybe agree on the edges. Everything, not we don't all agree on the edges. I know that for sure, but there's a good chunk of characters that are like, oh, you know, there's AS, oh, that's DF. But let's try to, we like Genthru? You don't believe that. You don't believe that. No, he's not on this list. For sure, we're putting Netero, Chrollo. Oh, God. I think I'd have Miriam. Ah, this is tough. This A tier is tough. If Uvo had more screen time, I'd have him in S tier. But Uvo, that is not your fault. You were taken out for plot reasons, and I'll die on that hill. I always liked Illumi over Killua, but as the story progressed, and then getting that last arc really elevated Killua for me. That election arc. I prefer Nove, just from an ability standpoint. But what moral was it? Can we have a serious conversation? Is Moral the MVP of the entire Ant arc? Is that a blasphemous statement? Is that man single-handedly the MVP of the entire Ant arc? True, I will say the troop backstory was some top tier content. Oh, you've got Chrollo. Okay. Well, let's, like, given his capacity, Moral is never going to take out one of the guards or take out Miriam. He's not, okay? He doesn't possess it. But I'm saying, if we can't talk about, but only Netero was able to do that, you know? But the things we had to get in place and everything else that happened and what he was able to do, can we all agree that Moral is single-handedly, like, holding that arc in our side together, or no? Like, he is up there. Okay, it's good to see that majority of us kind of agree on that. No, Nove definitely had a part to play. And Nove would probably be, I mean, Nove is one of my favorite characters, but again, I feel like he was kind of used as a plot purpose there as well, to show like the difference between like how these two kids are able to kind of have this conviction, and even a grown, trained professional hunter like him can have a weak mental. But yes, I mean, Nove had to go put in all those portals and all this type of thing. I just think from the start of the Ant arc to the end, Moral was having to do so much. Yes, he struggled with Cheeto, but again, he's not the one that's going to go take out anything one-on-one like that, but the scouting, the presence, covering for you, covering for this, the clones, the smoke, the deep purple, just all of it. Just, I have to put Moral there. Have to. Yeah, Welfin wasn't on this for some reason. He wasn't an option, sadly. Uvo's backstory is kind of crazy. I think I'll go like that might be crazy. I'll put you right there. All right, let's see if we're gonna add anybody up or down here. Kite. I mean, I can't have Kite above somebody he lost to, right? Alright, let's shuffle this, because this order is jumbled as hell. I prefer Ikalgo over Machi. Gon... I prefer her... Komugi over... Is she gonna be the highest in B tier? That's tough. Now that I look at the names that I have in B tier, is she going right there? I don't think I can do that. Hell. I want you above... hell. This is where it gets tough. This B to C is just a fucking mess. These B through C is going to be hell. Because some of these people are going to go to C, some of these people are going to come up. This is going to be a mess. She's got to go up. He's got to go up. You know what was weird? Was this more straightforward in the manga? Remember when Silva was like, "Hey, Killua, never, you know, go back on your word. Never, you know, betray a friend." And then he had that creepy look on his face talking to the mother like, "Hey, shut up. He's gonna come back. I know he will." And we like never addressed that sinister shit. What was that about? Why did they show him to be like an evil dad there and then like prove to not ever follow up on what the hell that was about? What the hell was that? Huh? Did we ever get confirmation on like what that was? I was like, oh, his dad is like there's gonna be something of this later. And his dad was like, fine. After the fact. Oh, Lord. But like he misjudged. Like I get like, oh, he misjudged him, but like they never followed up on like that evilness there for a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, I could see like a lot of stuff set in place that just like never gets followed up. Because like I could understand like, oh, don't worry, you know, he'll return. But like, why'd they make him evil when he said that? All right, let me try to clean some of this up here. I might have to put Franklin down here somewhere. Kurapika can stay there. I prefer actually you more than that because you got more screen time. Move you here. She actually was a great character. Let's move her up a little bit. He can actually come... A lot of these guys can come down. Ikalgo can come up. Knuckle can come up. Aluka. What are we doing with Gon? We need to figure this out. What are we doing with Gon? Where are we putting him? I need to get that. Because I feel like I have a hard line of like, okay, these characters I definitely preferred more than him. These characters I preferred less than him. I need to find out where he's going here. And then I can have a hard line of like, okay, dump all this below him, dump all of this above him. Oh, my Lanta. What are we doing with him? High B. But are we saying we prefer Gon over like these characters here? Yeah. We'll go right there. Gon overhated. Okay, Gon is not better than Chrollo. Let's calm down. A. Let's go here for now. We'll go right here. Paku could be back end here. I actually prefer Paku over Machi. I prefer Paku over... I prefer you over gosh. What are we doing with Periston, by the way? I feel like I've got him way too high. I feel like I got Periston way too high. Like, did he leave that strong of an impact in the span of like 12 episodes? You can come up. No, I prefer Paku over what little we got of Iluka. You can come up here. You guys can actually come. Yeah, you guys can come above them. The back end of B is going to be for my favorite troop members. And I prefer some of these back end troop members a lot. I'm looking at this right now. I can see the blasphemous going off when this live stream goes up. And I screenshot this of how I have Canary above these two. Just looking at it right now, I see the comments and I just see them flooding in already. I really enjoy Razor's character. Is that outlandish to say as bad as Greed Island is? Like we all enjoy Razor as a character, correct? Is that just crazy? Okay, cool. Just making sure we weren't. Yeah, I know. Machi can actually. The thing is, I like these troop members, but where am I putting them? I don't want Leorio and Kurapika in B, but now that I really look at the troop members, I'm thinking of abilities as like mixing in some of just all of it. I don't know what to do with this back end of B, top end of C. Zushi, just out of respect for you as a person, bro, you can stay in C, bro. Cheadle, though, we got to start talking about some MVPs here as well. Like, we don't really make it far without our man here. But like him as a character, like he doesn't really possess anything other than like the ability. I mean, I don't know. Some people served such critical parts in the story, but like we didn't get much of them from a character standpoint that it's like, where do you put them? Where the fuck are we putting Hisoka? I could actually put you right there. Yeah, that's fine. I feel like he needs to be a lot higher just for the sacrifices and everything that we did. Above Melody? Yeah. Colt? And I brought this up, I feel like Colt's character was fumbled so hard. There was so much potential with that, and where it started when the Ant arc started, and they just removed him off the screen. Just removed him. Why do I have you so low? I actually like him more than these guys. Why do I have you so high? Yeah, that's... Okay, now we're cooking. Now the troop members are kind of falling into order there. Yeah, I mean, Hisoka's probably going to stay right around that area. Nove always, Sam. Nove will always be a top character of mine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cole was fumbled so bad. Like, so bad. I feel like there was so much potential they could have done with that character and just pissed it down the drain. Actually, he needs to move up a lot. For the shit he went through and everything. Yeah. I mean, I don't... whatever order you want to put these troop members in, I mean, these Zodiacs, I'm just going to put them on character design because we got nothing out of them. I mean, good God. Don't take this with a grain of... Like, everything... All these... This is all just shit. All of it's shit. I know we hate him, but like... Oh my God, what are you doing up here? Get the hell down there. You also could, like... Cool ability, but like, did he speak? Did he speak the entire show? Everything down here is just like, take your pick of what order you want to put this in. And like, yeah, some of these characters were pieces of shit, but like, I enjoyed them on screen more than some of the other people we got. that didn't even speak. I think he is, but like, I couldn't tell you. Yeah, Pockle. Actually, I think I like Pockle. Yeah, she needs to, they need to come down. He, she, them. Kurotopi barely speaks. That's fine. Oh yeah, Nobunaga. He's up there for sure. He's up there. Kurapika has to go S. Can't do it. Can't do it. I liked Pariston, but it's like, did he leave a strong enough impression in the span of 10 episodes? And more than... You know what we could do? We could shift all of them down. Actually, we can shift a lot of this. You can come down here. I might have him too high. Oh, God. There's just all anime. This is just all anime list based here. The manga post anime is so incomplete and like is on, is off. It's hard to like weigh any of that. I feel like this is so criminal. Having Hisoka down here. But I do like the Hisoka Razor, like them kind of around each other. I like having these like 4 characters around each other. It's just like, should they be right there is the question. Okay, we're gonna make a switch here. We're gonna do a little bit of switching. I'm gonna bump Canary down. I'm gonna bump Canary down. I'm gonna move Razor ahead. There. It's fine. And you know what? I do prefer Hisoka over those two. That's gotta go over a little bit better with the people on the internet, right? I feel like I might have him too... No, but I did like the little bit we saw him on screen. Silva and the Killua and talking to him and whether he was or wasn't genuine. Was he better than all these guys, though? I might put him here. What are we doing with Machi? Is she too high? Oh, gosh. Yeah, the C, like... I feel like if you're in the C tier, like, you can come up or come down. I already know these guys being in C is going to be just blasphemous, but... No, this is not power. This is not, like, who's the strongest. Even though we kind of do have some of the strongest at the top. Minus, you know, the ants would go up here, but... No, it's not power. This C through B is a mess. Like, I think we're fine with D and F. Pockle and some of these others, like, they served purposes. If you want to move Kurotopi like way down here, that's fine. I don't even know why his hunter instructor ass is up here. All of these Zodiacs and, you know, a couple of the bodyguards, they're whatever. Like, they're not on screen time enough. Some of them don't speak. It's just whatever. You could even, like, I don't know where we're putting her. Maybe it's bad to put her down. Whatever. This seems just, like, fine. Actually, she can come down, too. You can put her down, actually, below all of the Zodiacs. Yeah, this is fine here. This is whatever. This C through B, though, is a crime scene, and I do not know how to divvy some of this shit up. Genthru? Raise hands right now. Is Genthru not like D, F tier just all together, or am I on crack? Like, no troll shit. Let's not talk about Tompa. I'm talking about Genthru. Like, do we, like, are we not just putting him at the bottom of the barrel? Is he not worst villain in the worst arc in the entire show? The fight, I guess. High D? He's medium. Okay, so I'm not... Okay, some people say he shouldn't be an F. But people are like, okay, put him in D. We're not far off. If you want to put... If you want to say Genthru should go higher because these guys literally have no screen presence. If you want to put Genthru, like... maybe here? Sure. I mean, he's the worst villain in the worst arc. So it's tough. Now that I think about it, how many times are we going to keep reviving Gon's like limbs and body and shit, by the way? No, Chicho is definitely more annoying, but I kind of like enjoy the troll. That's about as far as I'll take that, but he's not going at a D. Game hasn't started yet? Damn. How the college scores looking? Okay, it's moving a little bit. I wonder if Florida State keeps their spot. This is not impressive, guys. You're not impressing anybody. Jokic. Holy shit, 16 points in the first quarter. It's just, I don't know, man. How'd this game end? Ooh, that got out of hand. Am I crazy for having Greed Island above the Hunter exam? Yes, Omar, yes. You, in fact, are crazy. Greed Island is fine, but I think in the same statement you can also say Greed Island is the... We don't even have to say worst if you don't want to give this something the term worst. But it was the least enjoyable of all of them, in my opinion. But hey, everybody has their arcs. I get it. Could we say it's in everybody's bottom two, then? If you don't want to say it's the worst, it's in your bottom two. Universally, no? Yeah, it's in everybody's, I'd say, bottom two arcs. It had some memorable, like, I like Razor. Razor's a great character. The Genthru Gon fight was cool. We got Bisky, but like just the overall, I don't know, just from like a top to bottom, it just wasn't my, you know? Chimera Ant, York New, Election, Hunter Exam, Greed Island, Heaven's Arena. Heaven's Arena at the bottom. Whoa. That's crazy. That's also true, Keith. It would have been probably 100. Yeah, I think everybody agrees. Chimera Ant, York New. Chimera Ant, York New. Put that wherever you want. Flip them, flip them, flip them. But it's generally going to be Greed Island or the Hunter Exam at the bottom. Heaven's Arena, maybe. But some of these were like sub-arcs within other arcs. Yes, York New and Chimera Ant, they're going to be at the top. Take your pick. If you think Chimera Ant's drawn on too long and they could have shaved off 50 to 100 episodes or whatever, or not 100 because the anime is barely over 100, but they could have shaved off some episodes, sure. Yeah, I feel like that's why Heaven's Arena has to stand out, because you get introduced to the power system, so that alone already like elevates the arc. Alright, let me try to look at this again. I might have Palm too high. Iluka. I actually got a lower Iluka below them. Nobunaga. Alright, hold on. People don't like Wing being so high. Let's shift a little bit of this. That's a little bit better to me. That is a little bit better. Is Yuppie too high? Where would he go, though? Below? I mean, if I was to move Yuppie, it'd be, like, around here. But I liked Yuppie's time on screen and Yuppie's, like, realization and him be able to channel his anger and... I just feel like Ging wasn't given enough screen time besides those little, so I can't do that. Wasn't given enough screen time for me. Yuppie's the best royal guard. If we're speaking in terms of what a royal guard... Oh, God, man, I don't know. Because I'd say Pito was the one that probably was, like, the definition of... Royal Guard equals protect king. She will do whatever and attempted to do whatever. Yuppie let some people go that he should have taken out. And fucking... Poof is mentally insane. But it also goes with the enjoyment of the character. Yeah. I'd say if you're talking about the definition of like a guard that isn't going to backstab or keep anything from, it's got to be Pito. And then if you're talking about like then maybe Poof and then Yuppie. I mean, Poof is one of those that like he always has the king's best interest in mind, even if it means hurting the king. Or keeping things from. I don't know. It's hard when you start getting into like, okay, who's got the best morals of the three to try to like really. It's tough. Leorio should be in D. I don't disagree with you, Slobbertooth. I have no qualms about like moving Leorio down, but he's also again just like. I don't know. When you speak of like Leorio, I'm trying to think of like the moments he had. If it wasn't for the last arc, the election arc, does Leorio have much anything to go on to be considered to be not in like D tier? Like, is the Hunter exam enough content with him to have his character be so well loved? I don't think he does. I think the last arc really elevates his character a lot, in my opinion. So I don't know. Without election, he's B? Oh, shit. He's the worst of the three, yeah. Or the worst of the four. If you want to say Gon, Killua, Kurapika, and Leorio is like a four-man quartet or whatever, he's definitely the worst. And he also has the least amount of screen time or impactful moments of the four as well. So he's definitely that of the four. So if we want to switch Kurapika and Leorio, we could. I prefer Kurapika's character in the manga 10 times more than Kurapika's character in the anime. Without the election, Leorio might be down here hanging out with fucking Miluki and Tompa. Them just like giving sodas to each other and shit and playing computer games. Because I don't know what Leorio's character gives. I don't know. Maybe we're going too hard on him. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's like, there's nothing memorable besides the stuff that happened in the election. Like he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe he does get moments later on. Go Lakers, am I right, guys? I enjoy Nove so much, and I wish they would have used somebody else for what they used Nove for, because some characters are chosen, whether by author just like already knew, okay, I was going to use this character to get this point across or this moment, or they were just picked in that moment. But like Nove was used for a moment, you know? Uvo was used for a moment, for specific moments in the story. And man, I'm gonna be dead ass with you. If Nove's running around during that ant arc, like he's involved, bodies are dropping, by the way. Bodies are dropping. Are you telling me right now you put old Chameleon Boy on Nove's back and he's not just walking up behind Yuppie and others and just decapitating heads? Huh? Come on now. Come on now. You're telling me we're just not popping out of portals, decapitating people and popping back in portals? Are you on crack? He was used for a certain plot point to show, and I feel like you kind of had to remove him off the field, no? Like, good God. Some of that is busted. You're telling me the way they had Knuckles sneaking up on Yuppie and hit him multiple times, we don't get that with Nove. Just like pop in, decapitate, pop out. It sounds easier. Like, oh, he just pops and pops out. Oh, he could get hit by this and he could get hit by that. Sure. But like, just from bodies are getting dropped, is all I'm saying. It would have been crazy. Now, again, are we gonna say that? Like, I feel like maybe not for Miriam, if you want to say, but I don't know, because again, we never get into it, so we really can't quantify it. Like, oh well, if it's Miriam, he might not be strong enough to actually decapitate him. But like, what's the limit? Like, based on what? It's a lot, because I feel like there's a lot of abilities that could just like TKO a lot of characters, but if you start adding like, well, would it work again based off what we don't really know? Because then it's like, okay, so who can he decapitate and who can he not decapitate? And well, if he could do that, then he could kill anybody in the story, which I feel like in Hunter x Hunter, they kind of illustrate that a lot, that like, it's very Pokemon battle chess, like I do this, you do that, my ability does this, your ability does that. That I do think that, yes, Nove on his own could not kill Miriam, no. But if you're telling me, now we never saw Chameleon Boy sneak up on Miriam, like that was their plan, to like get there, punch him, put the APR on, all that. But yes, I do think if they blinked into a room through a portal, invisible, could take off his head. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, Omar, exactly what you're saying. I think how they handled Nove is a way to write an OP character out of the story. Agreed. Agreed, 100%. 100%. Nove's ability is busted. I think they also needed a way to show like how strong Gon and Killua's conviction was. The character they chose for that was Nove. Now, was it always going to be Nove, or did we get into a point where, okay, Nove is a little too busted? Because you just showed him sneaking in, sneaking out, portal, decapitate, silence, all that. He's running around doing that, like, that's a problem. I feel like he had to be removed off the field. And I'm glad he wasn't killed at least, but in my opinion. See, in Jason, that's what I'm saying. With Camilla's ability, there's a lot of abilities that we're getting introduced to that's like, okay, Miriam is just the embodiment of like peak enhancer, or whatever you want to say. The speed, the strength, the durability, the power. But there's abilities that are killing him, in my opinion. There's abilities that are killing him. He showed his body to be durable, yes, but there was a point where he was starting to feel the pain. He was drawing blood, was taking damage from those punches. If he's taking damage from those punches, now again, you can say Netero is, those punches aren't normal punches, agreed, yes. But if he's shown to take damage from that, I think if there's a space, time and space ability that's chunking out space or whatever, cutting off portals, I think he's taking damage from that. So, say what you want. If he kills Camilla, does that cat then come back and Kurt or whatever? Yes, I do think 100%. That's right, I did see the charts that come out. I try to keep up with them when they come up with, like, it's always a new chart and then someone's in this one, and but then you can also have, it's a lot. Adult Gon one-shots? I don't agree with that. Maybe that's just me though. Maybe I'm crazy. Do we agree with that? Ooh, boys, I have Sengun down for 5 assists tonight. He's at 3 in the first quarter, but my Lakers are also losing. It just started. We're cool. We won't lose to the Rockets, right? Surely. We never got an answer on that because we never got to see it. Does Adult Gon one-shot post Rose Miriam? I mean, it was hinted that Pito was scared that, like, what he just showed, he could damage or be a threat to the king or could kill the king, but I'd have to see it. I'd have to see it. I don't think he does. I don't think he does. He loses. Gon loses to post. He loses to post Rose Miriam. It's just, he loses. He loses. He loses. I won't have that debate. But I think there's a fight to be had with post Rose. But even then, though, I just think the mental is just on a different level. Yeah, he's not. I don't. You know what I have a question is adult Gon and Netero, we could say that adult Gon was possibly faster than post Rose Miriam, but his body is not going to be as durable as Miriam's at all. And I don't think adult Gon, or any Gon for that fact, would have ever had the mental capacity to attempt to figure out what Netero is actually doing before he takes enough damage. And adult Gon is definitely not surviving that zero hand shit. So I don't think adult Gon beats Netero, do we? Not Prime Netero, 100% no, hell no. Absolutely not. I don't think adult Gon beats Prime Netero at all. But I'm saying Netero Ant Arc. I don't think he wins that. I don't know. I don't think Adult Gone beats Ant Arc Netero. While some are saying, I don't know what proof we have. Some are saying Pito was able to see the hands, but Pito couldn't track Gone. So that means, I guess, since Pito could see the hands, but did Pito even state she could see the hands? She said she didn't understand. She could track his hand movement, but she didn't understand how she got hit over here when his hand was over here. So I don't know if we got confirmation on that. But what proof do we actually have that Adult Gone is actually much faster, if even faster, than pre-Rose Miriam? I don't think so. She saw his hand, but she didn't understand why she got. And here's the thing: is we can say this. So let's try to get some of this out the way here. We agree. I mean, we don't know the stats on it, but we can agree on this. I think we can all agree on this. Adult Gone is not even close to as durable as pre-Rose Miriam. Can we agree with that? Number one. He doesn't have the durability to tank what Miriam was able to tank. Can we get that stated? I think that's number one. Is that he is not as durable. He cannot tank, like, at all. He can't take those hits. Maybe he could take a couple, sure, but the damage that Miriam took from Netero and still was able to, like, move and go. Gone is not taking said damage and still being able to go forward. I think that's number one. Okay, so we agree with that, number one. Number two, I don't think Gone has the mental capacity, adult or kid, to even try to put pieces together to figure out the pattern to then get to a point to where he can get past the pattern of the hands. So then here's the question. This is the only question. Does Gone possess enough speed to get to Netero just off of pure speed? Because Gone is not going to outthink Netero. That's just not going to happen. I think we can all agree with that. I just think we agree with that. So the question is, if he is faster, which we don't even have confirmation on if he is faster. If Gone is faster than Miriam, how much faster than is he? That becomes the question. Yes, he's faster than Pito. The question is Adult Gone faster than Miriam was when Miriam was fighting Netero? If the answer is yes, how much faster? Because if it takes him a minute to get through, like, is he just for response? Like, Miriam was off the walls, like, boom, I'm in your face, slap, boom, I'm off the column, boom, ceiling, boom, boom, like, he's on Netero's ass. How much faster is Gone? Because the thing is, Gone isn't going to have the amount of durability time to keep going back in like Netero, like Miriam was. So he better get on that the first couple times, because he gets hit enough, he doesn't have the durability to tank it. And if he gets zero-handed, he definitely doesn't have the durability to take it. So that's essentially what the question is. Gone doesn't have the durability to take just the onslaught of hits. So can he outspeed him? And that's the question. The thing is, do we have enough evidence that he does outspeed? I just don't think we have enough evidence to say he does, in my opinion. So it's hard to tell. Adult Gone is a one-time use only. It can't be considered as an ability, in my opinion. You're not wrong about that. Because he does it, he still dies. So. Pre-Rose Miriam, Gone just blitzes Miriam. But post-Rose Miriam? No, post-Rose, I don't think we've seen a character in the story yet that can compete with post-Rose Miriam. Manga or anything. Now you want to start getting into princes and their beasts that could keep them alive, and post-Nen and Saridnik being able to see steps into the future. We can get into those, but I think just off of pure paper, we haven't seen that yet. I don't know what's shown us that Gon was like that considerably faster. Because Pitou could see a hand movement, but couldn't see it over here. I don't think that's enough evidence to go off of that, like, holy shit, like, Gon's that much faster than Miriam. I don't know. Just because Pitou loses sight, it's like... does that then... like, so what does that mean? Gon is 1 point faster than Miriam? 5 points faster than Miriam? And then you also have to ask yourself, okay, then what is Netero able to keep up with? Netero was besting, like, he was matching that speed for speed with his hand movements. Patterns is what seems to have lost, in my opinion. So, and then we don't know what Netero is able to keep up with speed-wise. He was just barely getting by there at the end, a combination of speed and Miriam being able to deduct, but Gon isn't deducting, in my opinion, mentally. So I don't know. Don't really quite know. Let's see what the people saying. Adult Gon wasn't faster than the speed of sound. Pitou told herself to suppress her limits and then she lunged at Gon. Netero didn't even use the Buddha for Pitou. Yeah, I don't put stock into that statement of Pitou could see Netero's hand movement but lost sight of Gon. That to me doesn't equate that Gon was any type. Yes, was Gon fast, of course, absolutely. But it's not equating to me that like it's exponentially faster than Miriam in any way, shape, or form. Personally, we don't have enough. Adult Gon has no stats to show us that is like okay, other than a couple statements made by Pitou that like, oh, you know, these are the fangs, this is the type of person that could harm the king, could rival the king. What does that mean? Rival? Slightly below, but could give him a run for his money. Slightly above, like what do these statements mean? We don't know. She lost sight of him, but could see that. Like, what does that mean? We don't have enough data points. The data points we do know: Gon is not as durable as Miriam, nor will he ever be pre-Rose, post-Rose. Gon does not have the mental intellect to pick up on what the hell's going on. Kid Gon or adult Gon. So unless you're telling me his speed is 5-10 times faster than Miriam's, I don't see how he's beating Netero before he takes enough damage. And that's just kind of what I feel like we have to leave it at, unless one day we randomly get more information on what adult Gon is capable of. Now, in the context of it, yes, if he goes adult Gon just to face Netero, he dies in the process. Like, you're sat, like, okay, you defeated him, but now you die. But we're going to take that out of it. We're just going to say adult Gon. You know, he can go into that form. Can he defeat him? I don't have enough evidence to say he can. In my opinion. Is Godspeed faster? Shit. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I think Netero wins. Even if you want to die on the hill that Gon was faster than Miriam, I don't think it's exponentially enough more faster to make a difference, in my opinion. That's just my opinion, though. You know, what can you do? What can you really do? Yeah, I just don't think adult Gon beats that. Yeah, all we know is Godspeed is too much for Poof to handle. Where that ranks up as far as like Miriam speed and adult Gon speed. But I think it is safe to say that a trained up, if we make things equal, right? Gon had to essentially take all his potential to get to that speed, that power, right? Godspeed at what it is, if Killua did the same thing, gave up everything he had for like what his potential, like what cranked Godspeed up by a decade of practice and training, it's not even close. Can we agree with that? That like a full potentialed Godspeed adult Killua is faster than anything Gon could dream in his wildest adult dreams, no? I think we can agree on that. I don't think there's an argument with that statement, is there? Pure potential adult realized Killua with Godspeed is faster than anything. The problem is when you start talking speed, it really defeats a lot of characters. It really defeats a lot of characters, in my opinion. Because we already know Killua has the assassination lethality to, like, take a head off. If you don't even... I think, yes, just off speed alone. I'm blinking on Hisoka and taking him out before we can start any of these bungee gum games. Attach whatever you want to the ceiling, to my face, to the roof, whatever. On sight, Godspeed as an adult is activated and you're decapitated. We're not doing these games. Killua would be absolutely insane. I think an adult Killua with full adult potential Godspeed to this point in the story of everything I've seen would be the fastest character probably in the universe. Maybe not whatever post Rose Miriam was, I don't know, seemed kind of crazy. There's not a character I've seen, manga or anime, that probably turns out to be faster than a pure, full potential adult, practiced, decaded up Killua with Godspeed. Don't see it. If you want to say Gon is stronger, more athletic, sure. I don't think he outspeeds him. No, not at all. In my opinion. And see, this is what's so bad about these conversations is like, we're never going to get this material, guys. Unless we all put our money together and we come up with our own story and write our own things, this stuff is never going to be realized. You're talking about the boat arc, the Succession War, the Dark Continent, and then we've got to circle all the way back and then hopes to have a 10+ year time skip to even see what an adult Killua could be, and that's even if Killua has fully trained his potential like he has been prior. You're talking like I'm gonna be in my 50s, 60s if that content ever comes out. What? Come on now. Come on now. It gets disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. We're just never gonna get that material. It's just not happening. We should just all put our money together and fund it ourselves. We just have to fund it ourselves. Who's not scoring for us? Nobody really. We're all actually doing fine. Who's popping off for them? Jalen Green and disgusting. Post Rose Miriam. Yeah, I don't think anything could be compared with that. I agree. Togashi should just outsource it. Just outsource the material. Because there's so, like, we can sit here and talk about battle this and battle that and yada, yada, yada. I agree, Rhyme. I think at least he should get an illustrator. Especially when you're putting out comments like that. of like, if I die. So either you know something that you're not disclosing, which is fine. You do not have to disclose health information and what's going on and all those type of things. But clearly he feels a sense of duty of some kind to like give fans closure of some kind. Or you wouldn't have issued those type of statements. Like, if I die here, if die XYZ. Why not use your resources to its full potential and try to pump out content? I don't know. We've been talking about that for 2-3 hours, though. Yeah, I think probably as an entire being, post Rose Miriam is the strongest being that has ever been in Hunter x Hunter. When what's wild about that is Iluka could snap her fingers and he dies. Ugh. But I think it is to show that easy, because you don't even need something as broken as Iluka. Man-made bomb killed him. Like, the after effects of the radiation killed an all-powerful being like that. So, what can you do? Ah, yeah, I remember the name. So maybe he'll pump us out something one day, you think? I don't know. I mean, there's so much. I mean, yeah. I don't see... A human, by the way. When you want to start getting into Dark Continent things, mutated ants, just from what we've seen, I don't think you're finding a character that would be able to keep up with a full adult, trained, realized Killua Godspeed. Period. And the thing is, he one-shot so many people. Honestly, his speed now one-shots a lot of people. You can maybe take his... He doesn't have as much experience to keep up. But I mean, shit. Trained killer. There's some experience in there. There might be some abilities that give him trouble. But the thing is, like, if he's serious about it, and we don't get into letting people activate abilities, or, you know, these type of, you know, you got to get these steps out of the way to do X, Y, and Z. And if you don't know what he does, I'm saying, like, you guys just show up on the scene. I'm fighting you, you're fighting me. He blinks on you, it's over. If the Flash full speeds you, you better damn near be Superman, or you're dying. Damn near everybody on this list is dying. You're dead. You're dead. Your only hope is you have tank ability, because it's over. It's over. Yeah, I hope he swallows it one day and swallows the pride and just lets the story come out. We could only hope. Oh, I mean, whatever the Dark Continent is and what's over there, if we ever get over there. If Iluka is a start in the mutated ants or whatever, it's... Now you're talking things that humans can't achieve. And the humans in this story can achieve a lot, but... You better have some Saridnik Nen Beast on your side. You better have some Camille post-death things. Because you don't even know what they're capable of, and it could get really messy. Yes, agreed, Sasan. Gon and Killua had no business being on the assassination team at all. This lineup down here? You couldn't have subbed 2 children out for any of them? What did they do? What did these Zodiacs do? If there's not a Hunter Association worldwide crisis that we can't call on you. What? They had no business being out there. Now, again, for story purposes and Pito and everything, yeah, you've got to have him involved. But yeah, absolutely. True. Pearson, you know, getting in the way and all those type of things. But it's like Pearson's over here showing his true emotions, that like he's sad that like Netero's actually gone. Like, bro, you kind of like were a part of that. Yeah, but it's just like they don't scale above. But when you have creatures like Aluka or like whatever they might be, when you start getting to things like any wish can be granted or anything can be done without activation or like this XYZ. If that's what you're introducing us to on the start, I don't even want to know what's over there. No, you're good, Connor. We just put this together like 5 or 10 minutes ago, peeking in on some scores. Oh, thank God the Lakers actually did something. But yeah, it's a lot. The thing is, we're talking like in what ifs here. I feel kind of bad for like people that some of their series or their favorite series are always on hiatus, or some that are never coming back. Especially some that aren't close to the end, because a lot of people have been talking to me about Vagabond right now, you know, how the author has like said, yeah, I have an interest in finishing. He probably doesn't. And like Berserk to a little bit of an extent, but at least with Berserk, there seems to be, we're funneling in on the end or the last arc, I don't know about Vagabond, but I'm sure it may be at a point that it was hopefully doing the same. Even Attack on Titan there at the end, anime-wise, the manga was finished. The story was complete. It took them a little bit to get it out. The thing with Hunter x Hunter is Togashi unlocked an entire new story that had essentially no connection to everything we just ended. That I think could have been triple, quadruple, 5-6 times the amount of content that was pumped out. Pumped out right at the end of where Gon and Ging have their conversation and anything. I feel like all that material, what was coming after it, or what I guess maybe he had in mind, could have been 3, 4, 5 times the amount of content. And I feel like it's right there to be had. Like, it's right there, that content. And it's never going to be realized content. And I don't know what other series are out there like that. Because a lot of series, I guess, got to a point where like they're close but never had like a final ending. But you get enough material to maybe be like, okay, if it was to, and I could see it going ABC. We just unlocked so much of the box with Hunter x Hunter, and it's just never going to be realized material. Yeah, baseball, that's rough with Berserk and Hunter x Hunter is your favorite. At least Berserk is trying. They're trying. 100% rhyme. And we talked about this a couple hours ago if you're just now getting in here. I think Hunter x Hunter could have been what One Piece is, but greater. The characters, the power. Well, I don't know the power. I can't speak for all of One Piece. But just kind of the vibes of the story and just all that. And the content that's yet to be discovered, and what he seems to be trying to do with the Succession arc and the Dark Continent and all that XYZ. If they had a parallel running anime and manga, it's right there with One Piece, if not greater, in my opinion. But I don't know. It's just never going to happen. Oh, 100%. Yes, like Attack on Titan, Demon Slayer, Naruto, like those things getting to fully finish, and getting to fully finish without any like crazy hiccups or hiatuses or XYZ. Everything just went like according to plan. Started, finished, was great. When you lose some of it, when you go on the hiatus, the story, it loses a little bit too, especially to you as a reader. Because I brought this up in my Attack on Titan stuff. I have a couple friends that are deep into like manga and anime and things, much more than me. One of them, Ramona, she's been on the channel. She actually, I got her on Hunter x Hunter, and Hunter x Hunter was on like the 3rd thing or 4th thing I ever watched. She was very big on Attack on Titan, but she says the reason it can't be considered one of her favorites in her top 3 or top 5 is because of the hiatus of how the anime took breaks, like those long extended breaks. And that can change somebody's viewer experience. If you're somebody right now, like reaction channels, a lot of stories are getting to watch, people are getting to watch things that are finished. But if you were in it when it was coming out, and you had to go on like 3-year break off, 5-year break off, break off, it skews your perception of the show, of the series, of the manga. It like lessens it a little bit. And some people say, oh, that doesn't affect me. If I got a chapter every 10 years, you know, it's still a great story. But it affects it a lot. So like for Hunter x Hunter, it's like, I feel like even if they, now, okay, well that's a lie. If they came out and said, hey, January 2024, Hunter x Hunter anime starting with Hisoka and Chrollo fight, we're getting fucking 10 chapters a month. We're going, yada yada. Tagashi has given up illustration and writing tools to this. He's just going to be an overseer and teller of the story. Like, we're going for it. Oh, all hell's going to break. Like, it's going. But when you've got One Piece, and then One Piece isn't like a standard the way they pump out content and dry out shit. But when they're going and giving you 40 to 60 chapters a year, and Hunter x Hunter's going on, off, 2-year break, here's 5 chapters, 3-year break, here's 8 chapters. To stay like in it as a viewer, as someone that enjoys it, it's hard. It's hard. The thing, Sasan, is I need more of Beyond and more of Pariston. And it's hard to say that, like, I feel like Pariston liked messing with Netero, but the way they showed him in the anime and the way he felt that Netero actually did pass, I don't think Pariston ever wanted Netero to die. I think he liked messing with Netero and making things difficult for him, in my opinion. I believe he has everything he wants to write. Yeah, I agree too, Connor. I think it's not a lack of resources. It's not like Tagashi wouldn't be able to get the funding or wouldn't be able to do this or doesn't know the people or he's like an up-and-comer and can't see his dream like come to reality. He could have the best animators, best writers, best illustrators, anything he wants at his disposal. It just depends if he wants to do that. And hey, he's a writer, he's an entertainer, he's an author, he's whatever you want to give him, whatever title, whatever art title you want to give him. So I can't speak on like, hey, he's not able to touch his own content, so he doesn't want to put his content out. Okay. But it's not for lack of resources, I'll tell you that. 30-0. What? Oh, golly gosh. What the fuck does this say right here? Luca 36, 18, and 15? Sweet Jesus. My God. Gross. But yeah, I don't... What can you do? Is he F... Nah, I don't think he's F tier. Yeah, I hear it all the time. Tagashi's wife did Sailor Moon, so he has it. Baseball, I actually agree with that. I think for me, it's good content, and I like having these discussions. If I could go back, I would have just ended Hunter x Hunter when the anime ended. Because I don't like being in this, like, what-if space with a series. Like, when I finished Hunter x Hunter, I was like, oh, this is cool. But as the time has gone on, I've really, on rewatches, on watching people watch Hunter x Hunter, rewatching things, I really, really enjoy Hunter x Hunter a lot. It wasn't as strong when I finished it, but like some other shows, when you get to sit on them for a little bit and go back and rewatch and see things, it's strong. It's a strong story, and it's great. But now to be in this, like, I don't know, what'd you guys say? How many chapters did we get this year? 20? When you get, I don't, it's a mess. The whole thing's a mess. And it doesn't help the situation when the man comes out and says, if I die, XYZ. It's, I don't know. Yeah, Connor, we looked at that earlier. We pulled up the tweets about it and skimmed it and stuff. And the hiatuses just make it so rough. And that's why I'd say when I'm judging things and I'm doing character rankings, like, I like what Tsarenic's character could be. I enjoy Kurapika 10 times more in the manga than in the anime. Seeing that Hisoka Crollo fight is wild. Getting introduced to some of the other princes and some of the other Nen Beast and things are crazy. But with it so incomplete and so all over the place and introducing us to like 60 new characters with a new arc, with a bigger arc behind this arc, and no like clear roadmap in sight, the man talking about, if I die here, take this, I would have rather just never picked up any Hunter x Hunter stuff post episode 148. I think it just would have been better that way. 20 chapters, rough. It's just rough. I would rather wait 10 years from now and hear that everything got completed and then go back and read it in one go. It's like a Game of Thrones situation. Like, you have all this material, like, George R.R., finish that shit. Stop putting out HBO series, damn it, and finish that. And I think why things get better on rewatch too is when people say, "Oh, you know, watch this. You got this isn't filler, but this isn't filler, but you need to watch it." You can cut out a lot of the fluff on rewatch and things like that. A lot of it. That's what we like to see, Lakers. I need 1 assist by him before the game ends. Hopefully they get that right, surely. Man's not in foul trouble. He's not injured. We're doing the damn thing. But it's just so rough. So rough. I never read the manga and I never will. I hear you. Like, I wouldn't mind hearing like, hey, the Hunter x Hunter manga is still ongoing. There's more story post 148. But I wish I would have let some of that. But the way this pace is going to let some of that story build up. Shit. Y'all got 20, 40, 60, 80. It might have taken a decade plus to get like a good story built up. Like, there's some good moments, but man, we're just kind of left sitting here. No, Simple, I don't ever think... Well, I wouldn't say that. Game of Thrones is still like one of the most popular things out there in television, in my opinion. It's the best television series ever. I'm not including manga or movies or anything. In my opinion, it's the best. I think it had just not great ending because they ran out of material and kind of had to do their own thing. And Dan and Dave, HBO wanted to do another 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more seasons of Game of Thrones. That was the biggest money-making show ever in history. HBO would do 25 seasons of Game of Thrones if they could. But Dan and Dave's like, no, we got the Star Wars movies coming up and TV shows. And the TV shows and the Star Wars movies didn't even end up coming out. The projects flopped. Dan and Dave gave up Game of Thrones and cut it at 8 seasons with half the amount of episodes because they were going to do this Star Wars stuff, and the Star Wars projects got scrapped. So you botched the best thing you ever did for content that didn't even come out. But they also had an incomplete story. But the moneymaker that it is, House of Dragons killed it. And the way everything gets redone these days, I feel like Harry Potter just ended when I was in college. So it hasn't even been 10 years and they're talking about a Harry Potter movie reboot, series, television reboot. I'm like, good God, it hasn't even been a decade. But the problem is the actors in Game of Thrones were so iconic. To redo that all over again is rough. I don't know how you would get like the same hit. I don't know. What if they did it, would I watch it? Absolutely. They're talking about doing a Harry Potter TV series, and they're talking about redoing the movies, like starting over again. But I'm like, bro, these characters just ended. It's been like 10 years. They've got all types of pilot stuff. There's so much they want to do, you know, pre-material. I mean, you see the Fantastic Beasts stuff. They tried to go with that. They want to do post-Harry Potter with like his kids and stuff after the fact. They want to do pre with like his parents and stuff fighting in the initial stuff. I mean, they're floating around all types of shit. Honestly, Sasan, House of the Dragons is peak Game of Thrones content, or that Game of Thrones content. It's worth a watch, in my opinion, 100%. If you're anybody that enjoys Game of Thrones, even the slightest, you need to watch House of Dragons, 100%. There's so much Harry Potter content that they could pump out. There's so much Game of Thrones. I mean, bro, they're talking about a Jon Snow series. They're talking about maybe doing Robert's Rebellion series, seeing like a young Ned, a young Robert. They're talking about doing this. There's so much Game of Thrones content, and it's bringing them in so much money. House of Dragons killed it in viewerships, in ratings, in nominees, and all. Like, woof. It went crazy. It was the best show put out last year. What shows were put out? The Lord of the Rings shit, awful. Visually great, story-wise awful. Last of Us was fine. Some other series that they put out, but House of Dragons killed it. But I don't know what we're gonna do with Hunter x Hunter, guys. I don't know what we're gonna do. What are they going to do? I don't know. It just seems like no clear indication of like what's gonna go down. I don't know what they're gonna do. Like, how do they... Alright, good shit, boys. We just had a 35-14 quarter. Okay, and who popped off for us? LeBron, AD, and Austin Reeves. They say that's all you need. Word in the street. Wasn't Vanderbilt supposed to play tonight? Oh, he did. Okay. FSU blow it? Nope, they won, and as did Michigan. Interesting. Better Call Saul best show of the year? I don't know about that. Okay, so I think we're probably set on the tier list. My throat's starting to go a little bit, but I do want to ask a couple more questions. Let me get this over here. Let me see this. Close this. Open this. Pull this over here. Alright, you guys should be able to see that. Let me move the chat. Whoa. Lost the chat. There it is. Hunter x Hunter movies? No. Yeah, Connor, so I've had people ask me this before. Like, I have Game of Thrones t-shirts and stuff. I'll wear them out in public. I'll never forget. Like, right when the series ended, I went to go pick up pizza. I had a Game of Thrones shirt on. And these two guys in the parking lot, they were like, "Oh, man, Game of Thrones, man. What a terrible ending, am I right? The whole series ruined, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, honestly, 90% of that was the greatest stuff I've ever watched. And yeah, the ending wasn't great, but it doesn't ruin the series for me at all. It didn't ruin it. Visually amazing. That HBO budget is crazy. The soundtracks, Game of Thrones has some of the best soundtracks ever created. Was it the best ending? No, but it didn't ruin the journey for me. It's still the greatest TV show I've ever watched, and I don't know if anything will come close. Ending be damned. I'd do it all over again. I'd do it all over again. Alright, so let's end with this question. What do you want Togashi to do going forward? I think we got two options here. Option one, keep attempting what he's doing and giving us chapters while he can. outsource and oversee and pump out. And then the follow-up question is, what do you think he will do? I didn't mind season 7 of Game of Thrones, Keith. I thought it was fine. I know it wasn't, season 7 wasn't as great as the first 6 seasons, but the first 6 seasons were so like 10 out of 10 peak that for like season 7 to take a little bit of a step down wasn't that big of an issue for me. Season 8, that's a whole nother discussion. Yeah, I don't hate the Game of Thrones ending. I don't like, oh my god, they ruined it. Like they didn't ruin it, but I definitely think it was rushed, and it probably isn't the ending George R.R. would have gone with if he fully had time to fully flesh out the book and how things would have gone and XYZ. But that's a different thing. So these are the last 2 questions. What do you want him to do, and what do you think he will do? Keith says, release 10 chapter batches every 6 months or so if he cannot outsource. So you want, Keith says we go with about 20 chapters a year. Okay. I'm trying to think where that gets us. Because I feel like every chapter he introduces 5 to 10 new characters and a whole new plot line and stuff that it's like, holy shit, 20 is not going to get us anywhere. But I get it. Simple says, I want Togashi to keep trying to write as long as he could, and if he gets to a point where he can never write anymore, I'd want him to take the... How do you pronounce the Berserk author's name? Mura? I just honestly think it's impossible for every... Oh, I think that's something different. The Tokyo Ghoul author wanted to draw for him. Pretty sure he declined even after he wrote a whole Hisoka backstory. They did Varus and Littlefinger dirty. Here's the thing. I'm not going to say this for spoilers, but I don't mind what they did with those 2 characters, but it was just so rushed how they got to that. A mixture of 1 and 2 for me, but I think he will do 1 based on just the overall trend. What I think he will do is keep writing until he can't. I don't know after that. This has been going on. That's what I think, Sasan. I think what he's been doing for number 1, this number 1 here, this keep doing until he can't, see how the health goes, keep doing until he can't. This is an ongoing thing that's been going on for a decade that's clearly not getting better. And the thing is, he's not getting younger. So, Miura got it. So the thing is, so what do we give this? Another decade? Another 2 decades? I mean, how old is he already? How old is Togashi? He's 57. Let's round up and say 60. Let's give him the 60. Do we try this again for another 10 years? Do we try this till you're 70, 75, 80? Then you're definitely not going to be writing for other health reasons, not for what you got going on. So how long do you keep this, like, keep going while I can? Oh, I can't keep going. I feel like we've tried that. I think it's time, but it's easier for me to say. It's not my story, but that's just me. That's what I think, Connor. Shakina, if I'm pronouncing that right, considering his health, I prefer option 2, at least with his guidance, but that would never happen because of his pride, and that's the issue. He's never going to do this. He's never going to do this option. Because of his pride. It's just never going to happen. And you know what I think is going to be unfortunate, which I don't want to happen, knock on wood. I think his health could get to a standpoint of where he finally bites the bullet and says, okay, I want to do this. But between mind and body might be to a point that he can't pump out the story that he wants to from a mental standpoint. Or doesn't know where he might want it to go, or doesn't have the mental capacity to think where he wants that story to go. Unfortunately. I think he will eventually Rhyme says, I think he will eventually outsource / have a bigger team of editors to help him. Maybe just basic storyboarding and then leave it to others. I do want his vision though. No interpretations. And that's what I think he has the advantage of right now. We don't have to do any like, well, he passed away and said, you know, we could do this plot point, this plot point, this plot point. He still can have full creative control. He can have these people write piece by piece for him. He can have somebody come over here and write a square. He gets somebody to animate. He brings that to them and he's like, hey, how do you like that? I don't like it. Go back and redo it. Okay, they go back and redo it. How about this? And you can micromanage that shit to the T, and I feel like people would be happy to do that. If one line seems off, have them redo it. He can have that type of creative control. And maybe he feels like if he can't do it, it's not his story. I don't know. Yeah, Connor, I think that's what he will keep doing. We'll just keep getting 10 to 20 chapters a year. Next thing we know, he's going to be in his mid 60s and 70s. Bodies don't typically get better as you get older. Health issues are not, but JoJo went monthly for various reasons, and the author of JoJo's is very healthy at 62. Yeah, if Togashi doesn't hire an artist, then the story won't finish at this rate. Yeah, if he doesn't get a consistent artistic team, the story's never going to finish. Thing is, his mind is still there, even if he wants to sit here and record it on something to give to somebody to listen, because he doesn't have the, have it in him to go sit at these meetings and these artistic round tables and do all these type of things. The technology he can literally sit here and write out sentence by sentence and have it come up on the computer, print and send that shit out. The resources are, and we know this, the resources are there. We know what it comes down to. This is what it comes down to. This right here. This is what it comes down to. Will he allow that? I don't know. This is what it comes down to. And the thing is, I feel like if it's gone on this long, it's not going to change. It's going to take the problem is, I think it's going to take a dramatic health thing. And I think if it takes a dramatic health thing, I think he's just going to call it. Bro, he would have people lining up at his door to animate and write for him. Maybe even for free. And... Oh, Sasan, I think that's what's happening. I think it is happening. If my favorite artist or author or director or whatever came out and said, hey guys, this ongoing series we got going, in case I die, here's what we're going with. You're gonna lose. If he hasn't, it's been a decade. You're gonna lose a lot of people if you haven't already, and it's not gonna get, as the years go, you're gonna lose more and more. People can only hold out for so long, They're gonna support you. They'll say Hunter x Hunter's their favorite, but to have any crazy investment in it it's asking a lot. I'm going to try to read that and get it up within the next week. 308. Yeah, I'm gonna, however they did the Attack on Titan one, I'm just gonna let this YouTube takes whatever you do, like this live stream. As soon as I finish, they put it on my live tab. So where they have my videos and community and playlists, there should be a live tab. This should go right to it. Hopefully they don't take the video down because of this track that I'm playing. They'll just demonetize it, so I can't make money off of, which it'd be a whole like 5 cents anyway, but and the problem is, like, when you keep doing this and you keep sprinkling out these chapters, like, how do we stay invested, Like, yes, we always want more. Like, even if he gave us 100 chapters a year, people are like, oh, more. But, like, you can get by with, like, that type of content. Like, content's pumping. There'll probably be whispers of anime returning, but there's not enough material to even pump out for manga. There's definitely not material for anime to come back. So, I don't know. I think we're going to get a definitive answer on this by the end of the next year of how this will go. Yeah, Mappa, they need to be shut down, supposedly World on the Street. I just don't think that this is gonna, I don't know. I think for all parties involved, and I think it would take so much stress off of him too, because I'm sure he's stressed on this on like a daily, like, oh, I hope I wake up and feel better. And then he doesn't. And it's just like this ongoing cycle of like chronic pain, can't get a story out, chronic pain, can't do this, chronic pain, can't do that. Just the mental stress it would take off of him, and it'd probably make his body feel better. If all stresses were lifted and he could just tell a story and have it be put out on paper, I think the story could rival One Piece manga and One Piece anime if he chose option 2. And within the next 1 to 3 years, 1 to 4 years, he pumped out the best and most quality content that he could, while others do the work and others do the writing. The amount of material that would be out, an anime would be greenlit so fast, he would be hundreds of chapters ahead, and this Hunter x Hunter thing would go insane. Succession, Dark Continent, maybe even a time skip, Adult Killua, Adult Gon, other characters that might get introduced, what comes back from the Dark Continent, what arcs come off of that. There's endless material, and I feel like that's the only way we get it. And if he hasn't decided on that by now, or at least by the end of next year, I think that's going to be it. If you're coming out saying, if I die, this is what's going to happen. If within the next year you haven't made a change on that, I don't think we're ever going to get that change. For someone to say, if I die, here's these possible options, and another year goes by and everything kind of stays the same, it's never going to change. It's never going to change. It's never going to change. Oh, there's a lot of pressure. I feel like he probably feels pressure on him. And then he feels pressure from the fans. And there's this ongoing thing of like, I don't want to let them down, so I don't want to release anything that's not complete. But it's like, are they going to stay if I don't release anything? It's a lot. Yeah, and there's Gyro, that whole storyline, and the Meteor City, and Kurapika's arc, and the Troops arc, and Crollo, and what becomes of Ging, and Pariston, and the ant army that he's harvesting and collecting. There's a lot. The content is there. Will it ever be put out? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't mind if Gon becomes a character again back in the story. I just would like to see it without Nen. I feel like Gon was handed a little too much there. But okay. He got his cake and he ate it too. He got to ride off into the sunset and do all those type of things. Alright, I get it. But to come back as a full-fledged Nen user would be a little too much for me. I wouldn't be able to handle it. I'd lose my mind. Yeah, I feel like just leave Gon. Just leave him to the side. I just hope they keep Gon Nenless and just don't do it again. Just don't do it again. So all those games are over. Well, the third quarter started. Go Lakers, am I right? Well, and what a time for us to do this. That Togashi stuff came out, like, what was it, this week? Last week? That news, right when we're doing this stream. And the thing is, like, the Euro stuff will have to come so far after what we're going into. I mean, he could always, like, right off to the side. Like, oh, we could be in the middle of the Succession arc. Oh, we're about to start the Dark Continent. And all of a sudden we peel back 50 chapters to go deal with introduction to Gyro and all those type of things. But I'd rather you just stay on the course. Because, you know, if you do that Gyro stuff, that's going to introduce us to so many other characters. And then so many other plot points and stories. It's like, bro, what about the Dark Continent? Like, just stay with that. He just needs to stay on this course. Don't go deviate to see what Gon's up to. Don't give us a fucking time jump of adult Killua. Don't go to the Gyro stuff. Stay with the Succession. Do the Dark Continent. Stay on that path. Then go ahead and come back around. Don't start branching off because we'll never finish. We're never going to finish, boys. Let's just get out there. Hunter x Hunter's never going to finish. We're never going to get an anime. We're never going to get the story. The manga's never going to finish. We just need to accept that. Would love to be surprised. That's just where I'm at with it, though. It's just where I'm at. It's just going to be. Voice actors that I enjoyed. I liked Illumi's voice actor. I like Killua's voice actor. Knuckle. Moral. Those are some of the ones that I remember. Miriam's is not bad either. Uvo's was great. I'm trying to look at some of the pictures here that we got. Machi. I like Machi's. Who else do we have? Shalonark. I like Palms when she pre-Ant Palm. Yeah, Gon had some good emotional moments. I think animation studios would line up on their knees to get the rights to do Hunter x Hunter continued from this point. There's not enough material. One 12 to 20 episode season. We're caught up. We're done. Maybe you stretch the Hisoka encounter and that fight could stretch over 5 to 6 episodes? And I mean, and then you get to the Ant arc, the ship, we get maybe another 10 episodes, so maybe you can get 24 episodes out of this material. If you really squeezed it. Maybe you could get like 2 16 episode seasons. That'd be about it. You're not getting more than 30 to 40 episodes out of this. In my opinion. I'm starting to go crazy hearing this soundtrack over and over and over. Losing my mind. Go Lakers. LeBron and AD. D'Lo. Van Vliet going crazy. Favorite Nen ability. So you know what I want to do? I want to... Oh, shit. Hold on. Oh, God. I thought I ended the stream. Let's do that before we get off. I want to screen cap this. So this is my ranking. It's a rough draft, but it's about as good as it's going to get. We got off the rails there for a little bit, but I don't hate that. The bottoms and the tops are about where they need to be. Now what I want to go back and do is... I want to go back and... we can rank this by ability. So we need to get rid of some of these people here. I can't take these people off the ranking after I've done that. What if I refresh it? Will it reset the whole thing? Alright, cool. Barnacles, Patrick. We can just dump the people down here at the bottom on abilities. Some of these abilities I don't really... We're just not going to rank. None of these abilities got even touch, yada yada yada. I do like Paku's ability. The paper ability, he's over here taking people's ability. The copy. Melody. Canary never had an ability, did she? Zushi didn't show anything. I mean, Leorio, cool, I guess. Colt didn't have anything. We never saw Cheadle. We never I can't rank Gang because we didn't see anything. I'm just trying to get people that don't have abilities out of the way. We're gonna get Iluka out of the way too. Are we really counting that as anything? Miriam, what does he really do? If we're being dead ass. Kamugi? Pearson again, didn't see anything out of you. We never even got an explanation on like some of these abilities, but okay, I think we have a decent grasp. Oh, you can reset it at the bottom. I've already committed. I've already committed. So let's see what we got here. I'm just going to try to get, just because I put them in S doesn't mean they're going to be in S. I'm just trying to get the ones I know that I like up and get some of the other ones out of the way. So we like that. Deep Purple's great. Knuckles APR. And like it's like some of these we saw abilities, but like some of them we got an explanation on, like, okay, this is their Nen ability and this is what they do. Some of them we saw their abilities, but like didn't get an explanation on like the extent of it, on like what they could do. I like Machi's ability. I like your abilities as well. Poofs, Pito, Paku, Phaeton. Like we don't, like we caught, like we just now getting a little bit of Nobunaga's ability. He's so good. What is it that Razor actually does? The melody, Phaeton, the invisibility, the coins, the rainbow, her paper stuff, the copies. Everybody from D down is not considered. Just letting you guys know that. So the only ones we're considering is everybody from C up as far as Nen rankings right here. Yeah, Nobunaga is like, I want to see, again, like I can't rank you because I don't know what you do. You don't do anything, or you've yet to show what you do. Oh, wait, was that Razor? Razor's Nen ability. I don't want Razors from Walmart. Razor can emit his aura in a red glowing sphere resembling a ball that can explode upon contact. Razor can create 8 anthropometric Nen beasts numbered 0 through 10. Yeah, but what is it that you do? He can use... Oh, Jesus Christ. If 2 devils fuse together, the number on their bodies adds up, creating a bulkier monster. Although through this procedure the number of Nen beasts is reduced, the resulting devil is physically stronger than any of the other 2 it's originated. The side effect of this ability is that Razor is unable to draw out his full power while the auras... Yeah. He's unable to draw out his full power while he's split among his Nen beasts. Setsu involves... I don't really know what it is you do there, buddy. He can use all basic advanced techniques. He controls all emission systems in Greed Island. Therefore, he is the reason why most of the spell cards function. His presence alone. I didn't read any of the ending scenarios. And the thing is, like, I can't say if he wants Gon to live or die or anything because I don't even know if Gon's going to be introduced back into the story. Nobunaga and Shoot? Do I think they look alike? Absolutely. These two right here? Tell me these two boys don't look the same? One's got hair up, one's got hair down? Oh shit. Wrong one. Click here. There we go. Go Lakers, am I right? Alright, so let's get some of this. A Love Knows ability, Netero's ability, cracked out of its mind. Being able to steal abilities is pretty great. What is the difference between his stealing abilities and his stealing abilities? These two? Somebody want to give me a little bit on that? The difference between old fucking Leol and Crollo taking abilities. The copy stuff is pretty cracked. We didn't get to see enough of the rainbow. I do like what he can do with the coins. I mean, the Nen bullets. And like, Silva's emitting, but like, people can be emitters, enhancers, whatever. But there's so much more that goes into the ability, just them being in that category. So like, I've seen Silva emit or conjure, whatever you want to say he's doing. I've seen Zeno do it, but I don't know, like, okay, what can their abilities do? Like, what does that mean? Like, what's the end of it? Are there like, I don't know the ins and outs of it, so it's hard to know where to rank these. Leol can only rent an hour of someone's ability. Oh, okay. If that's as basic as it is. So he doesn't have he doesn't get full ownership of the ability, is what you're saying, only for a limited amount of time. Crollo just gets it. Both lose it if the person dies, though? No, because Leol had somebodies that died. Crollo's, if they die, like, the ability's gone out of the book. Paku being able to read minds is pretty cracked. Pito being able to essentially resurrect or heal, also cracked. The deep purple in the smoke, while maybe not as powerful as others, is such a good... Like, we saw him MVP his way to the finish line for the Ant arc. Uvo just baseline enhancer. So, I mean, the ability is not crazy, but the Big Bang, like, I mean, he's just borderline brute. But as far as, like, oh, that ability is, you know, it's not that crazy of an ability. I think Machi's ability to essentially reattach limbs and everything is much more crazy than a lot of these people. Again, Gone, your rock, paper, scissors, like, it has flaws, it has times to charge up. Like, you guys are just, like, punching shit. What are we really, what's really cool? What are we really doing, you know, guys? Like, they're not even better than, like, Melody over here genjutsuing people to sleep and shit. Kurotopi's over here copying shit. Shalnart controlling. The wind-up on the punches is kind of cracked. We never even got full, like... What's the extent of those punches, by the way? How much could I really wind up? Oh, I agree. Moral, while MVP, I feel like we could have gotten a little more out of it. Leorio should have done that. Conjured money. As much of Bungee Gum seems to be giving people problems, if everyone would just stop bullshitting with him. Where is he at? Why don't I see Hisoka's face? Oh, here he is over here. I like her ability to be able to look and scout with the hair ability. Ikalgo's cool. The APR is pretty... It's just wild that, like, if you took some of these abilities and put them in the mentalities of some of the other characters, they would be crazy. Some of these characters wouldn't hold back with some of these abilities or try to help others or not, you know. I mean, my man's over here summoning planet level explosions. Like, who's competing with that shit? Same thing here. Like, what are we doing? Like, good God. And again, I don't... And especially now that we've seen Crollo come up with, like, a bookmark, a stamp, being able to close the book, have this, and all that. It's not just like, oh, flip to a page to steal ability. It's kind of crazy. I'm not on the fence about how the fight turned out. I do think Crollo wins, as was shown. Well, I mean, one, because he had the X amount, you know, the specific abilities stolen, you know, played it out, etc. The whole, like, post-Nen, which I guess we're doing a good introduction of, you know, they're trying to introduce, you know, what post-Nen can do, and yada, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Um, it's tough because it's one of those things of like people are like, oh well, Batman can beat anybody if you give him prep time. Not everybody gets prep time, okay? Sometimes we just walk into a room and hands have to be thrown, and some people are going to lose in that situation. Now that those abilities are gone, and Hisoka knows he can't beat those abilities, so he just has to like flip the whole chessboard over and start killing and doing whatever. Does Chrollo have the means to beat him? I don't know. And there's the whole debate about, and I've seen this debate everywhere, and we do not have a clear answer on it because the manga has not given us a clear answer. I personally do not think Hisoka is stronger post his death. Others seem to be on the fence of like, post Nen is strong. Post death Nen is stronger. I'm not on that camp. I know some people are, but I'm just not. Yeah, because if Zeno's taking Chrollo as a threat and Chrollo has no prep time or knowledge of like what the hell that they were like all that, I think Chrollo could come up with something that it's just like he had the perfect like counter for Hisoka in that matchup. And that's what I'm saying. Like if we get to a point where Kurapika and Chrollo team up because they have to deal with Hisoka or they have to deal with a Tsurayunik and Hisoka combo, call it Aspulse, call it whatever you want. You don't know what abilities are in that book and what he's chosen to save or what he has that's like exchange for a life or give up half the abilities in my book to grant this ability to do this. Dude, like we have no idea what's in that book. It could be anything. It could be nothing. We have no idea. Yeah, I do think Chrollo took the time to guarantee a 100% win with no struggle. I do think he still wins, but how that would go about, I don't know. Will we ever see that? I don't know. I would like to see Kurapika and Hisoka fight. For what reasons those might be? Maybe he goes after one of the, like, the wobble or something. Because we know Hisoka's, like, on the Prince level now. Doesn't he have a pass to get up there now where we left off him last time? Who he's going to run into and what he's going to do would be interesting. Yeah, Chrollo's never going to take the chance. But the thing is, we saw Chrollo get walked up on by Zeno and Silva and held his own. I mean, Zeno over here stating that, like, hey, if you took shit serious, you might be able to take me out, but we'll never know. Silva over here speaking like, okay, you know, he's a threat. Like, this is serious. Like, here's the thing. Ask yourself this question. And we know matchups make fights, right? Is Hisoka beating either of these two? Is Hisoka beating either of these two? We know matchups make fights, so it's hard to say. But if we put these four here, how this is going, we've already seen this go one way. Granted, he had all the prep time and the perfect counters. But I think this goes the same result, just maybe not as clean. We saw what this might be what was stated this might be one-on-one. Supposedly this has already happened one-on-one to some extent. If he's not getting past them, I don't think he's getting past them. And that's the thing is, like, we've gotten a pretty serious extent of, like, what Bungee Gum is and capable of. We've seen what Zeno and Silva can do, but we don't know the extent of their power and what they might have and how it fully goes. So it's hard. I don't know. It's hard. It's tough. No, and then don't even get me started on what some of the princes are able to do, and Heinrich and Camilla, and it's fucking a lot. It is a lot. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know what the Zoldycks can do, so it's hard to make some of these matchups when I don't know the extent of their abilities. But I feel like it's almost insulting to say that Hisoka could kill Silva. I mean, could kill Zeno, no? Because if you're saying this isn't a competition, like, we all agree, hand up, Netero 2 taps Hisoka, correct? Bungee Gum be damned. Like, that's just not a competition. And if, you know, if Zeno's talking about, you know, he's the only person that could best me and yada yada, blah blah blah, and he's this and he's that, I think it's insulting to say that Hisoka could beat him, in my opinion. Slobbertooth. The correct answer is no, they cannot beat Goku. Yeah, I agree. I don't think Hisoka's touching either of them. And a lot of these matchups make fights here. Because you know what I think's going to happen is, in the manga, Hisoka's going to come across Tsareidnik and realize it's someone that he can't beat, but someone that he wants to beat. And so we'll kind of work with him, or do whatever might need to be done to gain his favor, or to gain a proper fight, or whatever the reason might be. That's how we're going to get Hisoka pinned against Kurapika, in my opinion. Just my 2 cents. Heinrich joining the troop? Shit. He could. I don't know who's going to join, who's going to leave, who's working with who, who's really who. Is this person actually Illumi disguised as Hisoka? Is this actually Hisoka? Is this person that... There's so much going on. And we'll probably never get answers for another couple years. Oh, we did characters. So Z-Boy, this was the character tier list that we had here. And where we put... This has nothing to do with power. This is just enjoyment of the characters in the anime. And now we wanted to do a power / Nen tier list. Nen ability tier list. Which abilities we liked the most. This is just on ability. Pure, like, what ability we like the most. / is the strongest, in my opinion. And I think we're kind of in this... Not the characters and their power level. Because if that was the case, then Miriam would be, of course, up at the top. But we don't know what Miriam can do. We don't know the extent of his abilities. The same way we probably should have Zeno and Silva up here. But again, I don't know the extent of their abilities, and I don't know what they do. So I can't say, oh, put them up here. I like those abilities most. I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do. I know what he does with his abilities in his book. I've seen the crazy thing Noves does. We all know what Netero does. Machi being able to reattach limbs is insane. His perfect slots, so are we in agreement that Kite's ability has a resurrection tool? How many times can that resurrection tool be used? Like, is it just a one-time thing? Like, surely he just can't keep reincarnating, correct? If one of the royal guards could survive... I mean, the only 2 that could actually survive and probably not cause havoc to real people that would actually have a mental to, like, hey, boy, calm down, it would be Pito and Yuppie. Poof could not be allowed to roam the world at all. At all. I think Yuppie could live out his days, like, in the wild and hunt animals and just live and, like, do his own thing and realize he doesn't, you know, if you leave him alone, he won't go after you. And I think Pito could, like, integrate herself with, like, actual humans and be fine. She probably would even heal them, given after her experience with Komugi and everything. Yeah, the kite thing is... Yeah, Sasan, I'm still confused about the kite thing, to be honest, to this day. I'm guessing one of his slots has a reincarnation ability, whatever that perfect slot is. So, like, when that slot comes out, is it, like, understood that, like, oh, I'm dying here? So here's the perfect slot. Here's your Dragon Balls. Go revive? Is that what we're saying that is? And, like, it just has to be a one-time thing, right? Maybe the new kite has a different ability? But the kite also keeps the same mental or the same memories to some extent, at least. It's a lot. It's a lot. Oh yeah, Poof cannot be allowed to live. Period. Yeah, I wish we could get a little more of Kite's abilities and kind of dive deep into that. It seems what I've gathered from it is it's going to give him the best weapon for the scenario. And I'm assuming, like, you could say it's based off of luck, but some people say luck is an ability. And I'm assuming if somehow his ability has grasped that the luck in this situation is we have none, we're going to lose. And I'm guessing the slot or the weapon is just you're getting revived. I don't know. Who quite knows, you know? Lakers up 10 with a quarter to go. We better not lose that, right? Surely. But I'm telling you right now, if Nob gets the jump on somebody, the deadliest combo right now in the entire story is these two. They had to nerf my man. They had to make him scared. You put Chameleon Boy on Nov's back. Everybody on this list is getting beheaded, by the way. Now, maybe Netero or somebody might have the ability to like notice the presence behind them. But we already know that at least one Royal Guard was not able to sense anybody there. So if he's not sensing it, I don't think anybody below these two are sensing it. Maybe, again, I don't know what any of these Zodiacs do. But if you want to come and pull Ging up here too, maybe. I think this combo of these two are one-shotting, decapitating everybody else. Maybe I'll even let him get benefit of the doubt. Maybe he's got something. But, good God. Well, yes, I mean, you putting Chameleon Boy on top of Netero, they're just one-shotting everybody. No one, you don't already know where it's coming from. You can't even see the hands. Like, where am I getting hit from? Now you're not even going to see Netero. You're just dead on impact. But I think these two are walking up and decapitating everybody below here. And I wouldn't even be so sure that they can't do it to everybody. I'm just trying to give Netero and the others and Ging and Miriam a little bit of respect that maybe they have some kind of sensibility or putting an N around them. But here's the thing with the N. We don't have to walk through if I portal in and portal out. But I'll give some of these characters a little bit of respect and say that these two are one-shotting everybody else below. Shit, Chameleon plus Uvo. Walking up one-punching the shit out of everybody. It'd be insane. Actually insane. They had to do my man dirty. Because you switch him out with Knuckle when they're running into the palace and Knuckle like gut punches Yuppie in the gut. Tell me that Nove and Chameleon don't just walk up there, silence his head off, and keep it moving. Oh, man. Oh, brother. I don't know. Would it make the Buddha, the statue, invisible as well? That I don't know. But are the others even... Do the others even see the statue? I don't think nobody sees the statue, do they? Yeah, I mean, Rhyme, like you said, they have to write in something that, like, Milorion... There's got to be... because, like I said, it's broken. But I think that's why you ignore that situation. You have to remove Nove because I would ask those questions. Okay, the APR is cool, but why not just have Nove walk around and just decapitate people? I just think you just have to remove it from the entire scenario. So they do see it. But Did he summon the statue when he punched the shit out of Pete when he slapped Pito? Because she said she saw his hands move, but she has no idea where or how she got hit. So who's seeing it and who's not? I don't know. Maybe they do see it, but it's only summoned when the hands are up, and as soon as he makes a hand movement and it makes its move, it just deconjures. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Guys might be asking the right questions. Yeah, I think that's correct, Slobber. Like, they only had so many people they could use, but it's like, good God. The only people you could reach out to were these two kids. I know the Hunter Association, like, strapped your hands and, like, wasn't going to let you, but, like, there's no ex-Zodiacs or anybody out there. Like, you called Zeno. There wasn't anybody you could have gotten in contact with. Nove doesn't know anybody. Moral doesn't know anybody. Netero. As many hunters as you've come across, there's not a single one you could call. My lord. Good lord. None of the past hunter instructors, none of it? Yeah, I don't know the attack he used for Pito, because aren't they the same thing? Aren't they all coming from that statue? I don't know. That's the thing. He hired Zeno. We couldn't have hired anything. I don't know. I think all of Netero's things come from the statue. So why Pito doesn't see the statue, but it's made to seem that Miriam sees the statue? Now, could that be a difference in power? Maybe, but I don't know. Like, you're telling me the two kids was the best you could get your hands on. Netero is, what, 500 years old? There's not a single hunter out there, or they don't even have to be a professional hunter. Just nobody out there that you have connections with that has the ability to use Nen that you could have called on at all? Come on now. Come on now. I don't believe that. But as far as abilities go, I mean, the invisibility's pretty busted. But the thing is, like, if you're just a glass cannon, like, yeah, you're invisible, but, like, he can't permanently stay invisible as long as he can hold his breath. So, like, what are you doing when the breath runs out? What are you doing after that fact? And the thing is, again, I don't know your abilities, so I can't really put you anywhere because I don't know what you do. Connor, maybe that could be true. Togashi just didn't want to show it yet. I could understand that. I could get behind that. Yeah, you're telling me this man, 100 years old, doesn't have any connections he can make in the entire Nen universe than recruiting two little kids? Nah, I don't believe that. I don't believe it. And as much as these people adored the old man, none of them would have just rode out there and gone against the Hunter Association just for him? Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. For story purposes, Gon and Killua had to be included. If we're trying to make sense of the situation, I'm sure he could have asked 100 other people that had the ability to use Nen that would not have need to be trained up or on a revenge mission than the two kids. But for story purposes, yes, the two of them have to be involved. It's just that simple. This isn't live? Oh, Jesus, that's so far behind. Yeah, for abilities, we don't know what Ging does, so you gotta come down here, buddy. Netero, Nove, you gotta come down here. Crollo. Her ability to essentially heal. And essentially resurrect, but resurrect to a puppet level. Him being able to channel that rage, the deep purple, the Pito, just so many functions. I mean, these are not planet busting, but Jesus Christ. These two. Her being able to read minds and also, I guess, sacrifice herself to give that info. Oh, not even sacrifice herself, because Paku could have given the information if she didn't have the chain on her heart, right? So she could have done this bullet thing and still been alive. So yeah, that's even more great of an ability. Machi essentially a discount Pito. To an extent. I don't know enough of Kite's ability to really know like what I want to do with him. Strong, yes, but I think I prefer some of these other abilities over him just for the simple fact is like I don't really know what you do. I mean, I definitely like you above Bisky. I like you here, I like your ability more, your ability more. I mean, finger bullets is crazy as hell. Discount Crollo. Manipulation, but not as much as Illumi. Invisibility, I'll take the invisibility more. Fucking corpse manipulation. Yeah, I'll take the invisibility over the... Ooh, yeah, I'll go here. Corpse manipulation is kind of crazy. I don't know what you guys do, but just for the benefit of the doubt, I'll try to give... I'll put you... Zeno probably deserves to be somewhere like right in here. I just don't really know what it is that he does. But I'm sure he deserves to probably be around the guards. Just from an enjoyment of an ability. Uvo. I mean, if we're gonna have a puncher, we gotta be up here. I like that up here. Shit, I might even like him. Maybe even up there. Gon's cool. I put him around him and Kite can hang out together. Kurapika is just a whole nother discussion on what the hell all that is. I put Kurapika probably around here ability-wise. Especially manga ability. The rest of these guys, Leorio, Gang, Rainbow Arrows, Razor, Razor seems overall strong, like strong as hell. I just don't really know what we're getting besides the little puppet clones that he... But then it also weakens him to have that many clones out there because he's got to put energy into it as well. The copy and the static copies are kind of crazy. Being able to genjutsu people also pretty crazy. I think I like that better than here. The static copies are kind of crazy. I actually don't even know why we have Bisky up that high with her abilities, to be honest. That might be about where we want that ability-wise. Actually, why do we have Bisky up here at all? There you go. You can hang out down here by Leorio. Again, I don't know what Gang does, so he has to come off the list. These are the people that we have a general idea of what they do. Oh, hold on. You can come up here. Shoot. Everybody else, like, I'd love to put you up there, man. She doesn't even have her ability anymore. It is kind of crazy, though. Hold on, we'll get her up there. Yeah, you run fast, I get it, and you've got your shit. Everybody else, we have no idea. Controlling the bees, that's just broken. You don't count, don't know what you do. Okay, Melody is... Okay, hold on now. Melody... Accurate fortunes? Maybe not as much as bringing people back to life and creating clones. She might need to be up here. I'm not even bullshitting with you. Netero mainly wanted Miriam alone. Yeah. Paku can also read objects' minds. Kite can soul swap, which is broken. True. Lottery-based powers are always very situational. Perfect plan. The best answer to why Netero couldn't get anything else to do is Pearson's. And it's supposed to be a secret suicide mission. If Franklin teamed up with Heinrich and Hyla members. Yeah, isn't Bisky basically immortal with her ability? I don't know the extent of what that allows her to do. Shizuku? I love Shizuku's ability. I mean, she's up here. She's high B, damn near A. Yeah, she's got to be pulled up. Got to be pulled up. Is there any disagreements with this? I feel like this is good. I kind of like where we have these abilities. That seems like a good run. True. Biscuit's ability is nice. I just don't know if I like it over any of these. Same thing with Miriam. Like, I'm not trying to disrespect Miriam, but I don't know what the extent of his power is. And we're also trying to think of like an in the moment as well. Like, what can you offer me if shit's going down? I feel like Bisky doesn't offer that. Her as a character has some strength. I just don't know what these guys do, but I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt. If this is your internal rival, this is your Kakashi to your Mike guy, but he was always stronger than you, and it wasn't close. But the fact that you consider him a rival, I've got to suspect you've got some baseline of power. The only reason he's not up higher is because the limit to the invisibility seems like very easily taken. If he bumps into anything, if he gets like maybe the wind knocked out of him or like is running while he has it, it's going to lower the time he can keep it on, and it seems like a lot of stress, and he can get hit in it. So the invisibility already baseline is great. It's not like he's a mutant or an X-Men that could just make himself invisible. That could just stay invisible. Being able to spread it to others, though, is pretty busted. But the fact that it's only limited to the amount of time he can hold his breath. I think I like this. Oh, 100%. Like, he's just getting caught in some of the blowback and he's dead. Like, he could be invisible and just caught in the blast radius of whatever he conjures or emits, his Dragon Lance, any of these two, he's just dead on sight. He accidentally falls into Nove's portal, he's dead. It's like the basis of it is cool. He could be invisible and still get put to sleep by Melody. Kaluto could just throw pieces of paper and not even know it hits him, and it just explodes and he's dead. Like, there's so much shit that could take him out. So the ability's cool, but like... The thing is, I don't know the extent of Miriam's abilities post-nuke and pre-nuke. We just know that he's strong. The man sprouts wings, he flies, he does all this shit, can essentially read others' minds and thoughts and all this type of shit. But like, when he's in a battle such, like, what can he do? Like, I don't know. It probably is crazy what he's capable of and what he can do. No, Miriam is busted, but I feel like I acknowledge that he's busted. The thing is, I just don't know the extent of what he has become post-nuke. I agree that there's a lot of people down here busted that I don't know what they do. I'm sure we're going to find out Ging has a wild as hell ability. Didn't we already see he's got a crazy, like, jail ability? I'm sure some of these Zodiacs have abilities that are 10 times better than half the people up here. We still don't know what Nobunaga does. But the thing is, I don't know, so I don't know where I could even put you. If everyone wants to say, oh, Miriam was well, you know, we saw what he did to Netero power-wise, and we've got to put him here. Like, okay, I don't disagree with that, but I don't know. I don't know what the extent is, good or bad. Saridnik? Oh, man. Oh, God. He'd be up here. I mean, he just had to be up here. Based off of 2 Nen Beast alone and essentially the Premonition or the Night Eye ability to be able to see essentially steps in the future, and then be able to change your position or location or scenario. He's up here. Probably above all of them. Maybe not above all of them because I don't know, again, what Chrollo has in the book. That's the biggest wild card, is like, any point Togashi could write something that Chrollo has in his book to fit the certain situation. You could just give him an ability and say he got it from XYZ. It's literally endless what he could have in that book. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. I feel like I want a deeper explanation on Cyrenic is an ingenious who is able to exert minor control over the flow of his aura and pin down the basis of Gyo in less than a day. Over the next few days, according to Theta, he already possesses a large amount of aura. He also succeeded in closing in aura nodes. I think my voice is starting to go from being sick, guys. 4 hours might be about the limit. And his focus is still susceptible to breaking. More impressively, however, he summoned a full-fledged Nen Beast without even being aware of it. The medium of specialization ability, which according to Theta was already in working order. He later demonstrated to have unconsciously developed this Nen ability. Parallel future. Oh my god. Oh god, I feel like I was back in organic chemistry when you guys used to send me this fucking diagram. Must have had 20, 30 people sending me this, tagging me in this. And I just couldn't look at it anymore. Couldn't look at it anymore. Just like this, every time somebody would send me that shit, this is me. Every single time. Every single time somebody would send me that, I'm like, oh my god. It's happening. It's happening. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. It would just be the worst. But let's see if we can read it again here and get an explanation. I don't want to look at that. I just wanted the description. He went overboard as hell, Connor. He didn't have to make this ability that deep. I feel like he just started going, and then he just started going. He just started going, and... Yeah, we still don't know if he can output damage, but the problem is, are you going to actually be able to hit him if you don't have an area of effect ability? And the other problem is we don't know what the Nen Beast are going to be able to, like, negate or stop or tank or revive or whatever the hell it is that they do. And I think you can only see one of them, so you don't even know he has a second one. Well, this is only the second time. This is the second time we've streamed. We've streamed twice in the last month. Before that, I haven't streamed in years plus. Years plus. I used to do it on Twitch. We used to game a little bit, but just haven't in a while. See, he's got the 2 Nen Beast as well. Like, what did the Nen Beast do? And he's still learning Nen. He might unlock another ability. Maybe he creates an area of attack effect. I don't know. When Trident closes his eyes and activates his Zetsu, which essentially turns everything off, so it makes him vulnerable, but it gives him the chance to look ahead. And then, so how does he get back? Hold on, I actually need to read this. He receives a vision, which he refers to as a precognition or dream, of the following. It's 10 seconds? Oh my god, I thought it was like 2 to 3. You can get out of the way of a lot. Imagine one of his Nen Beast has the ability to teleport him. Or imagine he then creates an ability that he can teleport up to a distance of X amount of meters. he could get a far distance in 10 seconds. The vision is instantaneous. No time passes in the presence between it beginning and its end. So he gets that entire 10-second blink into the future and loses no time in the present. So eyes close. It's literally as fast as a blink. It's not even a blink. You don't even lose the time that it takes you to blink. It's literally eyes close, and eyes are essentially still closed. So when I reopen my eyes, nothing has changed at any time. 10 seconds. The vision is instantaneous. No time passes in the present between its beginning and its end, which is signaled by a sound and a visual pattern akin to the static on a television. If after those first 10 seconds, he does not open his eyes, or essentially turn his Zetsu, time outside of his premonition resumes moving as normal. Okay, so if he doesn't open his eyes within that 10 seconds, he's essentially back in the real time. But he still gets to see an additional 10 seconds if he doesn't turn it off into the future. The time in the vision in the real world unfolding in parallel. Ah, so if he doesn't reopen his eyes, things have started again. So if he was essentially closing his eyes and about to go like this, about to clap his hands, when he reopens his eyes within that 10 seconds, he's still in the same position as he was about to clap his hands. But if he essentially doesn't reopen his eyes in that 10 seconds, his hands would clap on their own because time resumes, but he's still getting to see deeper into the future. But now he's just standing here like this with his hands closed as time is running parallel to the time that he's seeing. Jesus Christ. Unfolding in parallel, but the one in the premonition running 10 seconds fast. So he's always 10 seconds ahead. He could literally just stay here like this, 10 seconds ahead, 10 seconds ahead in this state. So Rydnik can see and hear what passes in his vision, while at the same time perceiving what occurs outside of it, and recovers his ability to move. After Sir Rydnik rescinds precognition, part of his ability, a subsequent stage of the ability begins, and everyone who was shown in the vision, except Sir Rydnik himself, will perceive the next 10 seconds as it should be, but he gets to move freely. The next 10 seconds unfold exactly as predicted, even if Sir Rydnik uses his foreknowledge to change his current course of action. It is currently uncertain if this ability is connected to the Nen Beast the Prince manifested. Although the vision's point of view corresponded to one of that of the Beast positions, it is also unknown if the ability can also affect individuals who were not shown in the So if he didn't see you in the vision, but you walked in the room. After shedding a drop of his blood inside the cedar, and Sir Rydnik received an egg from which, since it is a parasitic type ability, he has no control over it, and due to one of its conditions, Sir Rydnik is unable to perceive both his and others' Prince's guardian spirit beasts. The guardian spirit beast is subject to 2 rules. Instinct, it is unable to fight other guard spirit beasts, as well as... Jesus Christ. So the exploit is somebody else could affect it if he hasn't seen you. I could have a rocket launcher pointed at this man from another room, and he didn't see me in the vision. Something's happening in the room within that 10 seconds, so he tries to avoid it. He thinks he's clear. I just let that thing off. He has no idea it's coming. Bro, Connor. I don't know how you explain that. I don't know how you explain it. I don't know how you explain that shit. Because I'm telling you right now, imagine the Hunter x Hunter narrator comes on screen, right? And they pull up this diagram on screen. And they start like pointing to at different points with arrows. And the narrator's like, Prince Sir Rydnik's ability allows him to... Oh, no, just stop. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Don't. Just, I don't know. Let others try to explain it. Let others. Or let him try. I don't know. I don't know. Sounds like a headache. It's like when the APR shit came out. Like, what are we doing, guys? Yeah, Sasan, the whole Hisoka Crollo with the stamp, the hand, positive, negative, put the bookmark in, which allows you to use the other ability, but I gotta get a plus to touch a minus to cause the explosion. But I can also touch one hand, allows me to switch. This hand allows me to copy. I switch back, explosion, no explosion, bookmark in, bookmark out, stamp, revive. Can't control dead things, but can make static cop. It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah. Like, imagine something's about to happen to Sarai. Like, this is like the last 30 seconds of an episode. You have Theta, and all of a sudden the narrator comes up talking about this ability. They're pointing arrows, and all of a sudden you hear the drum come in, and the episode ends as they showed his ability in this diagram. What? What? Like, we just do this. Trying to see if I can find it. You guys know what I'm talking about. Oh god, I don't know the name of the song. Is it this? Let's see if this is it.
Throw back the new immune support with a pop. No water needed.
I'm trying to think that song.
To following just a paper map in your heart.
Come on, emergency, get the hell off my screen.
New emergency crystals.
They know I'm sick. Yes, this one. So imagine, right? This is it. Theta and Srydnik are on screen. Theta makes the decision that he has to be killed. He's too strong. She goes to do it. All of a sudden, we get this like static TV look here, right? We get this crazy static TV look. And the viewers are like, what the hell is that? And the narrator chimes in. Srydnik's abilities in this diagram shows that they start pointing arrows. And you see him like moving in the future. He moves. He's like, oh shit, he moves away from the gun shot. And he says a bunch of shit. Allows him to see into the future 10 seconds. What's going to happen next with Theta? And all of a sudden you hear this in the background. Like, what the hell? And the episode just cuts. Oh my god. You'd have people, I don't know. Here's the narrator. And right here, cut. Like, what are you supposed to do? He's explaining Srydnik's ability right here as the drums kick in. And we're all trying to like look at the diagram, read like, what the hell's going on? And you're like 10 seconds into the future, what the hell? But then what does that mean? And then it just done. Done. And that's the end of a season, right? We don't get the next season for like 2 years. Jeez Louise. That'd be heartbreaking. Absolutely. Oh, Lord. Absolutely heartbreaking. Yeah, that right there is enough for me. Looks like the Lakers are going to win. Good. They've benched LeBron and AD. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, it's definitely part of the charm for sure, but it's a lot. I like Srydnik's character because it's a little darker. You know, it seems to be a little bit darker. Like we got with early Miriam, how he would just like, oh, if you said something, he would just chop your head off. Oh, perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's end with this. Where's he at? This is perfect. Perfect. Yeah, narrators add a lot. I mean, these two have to come down here. They're kids. They don't speak. They have no personality. I hate her character for some reason. I don't know why. Like, I don't hate the character, but I hate, like, her. I don't know if that makes sense. Camilla creeps me the fluff out, too. Why is she in color? This is the one that's dead? Is this the one that's a bitch to her mother? This one? Can't remember. It's probably how I'd rank it. This is how I'd probably rank them. And then how I would ranked... Oh, she died first. Okay, who's the one that's a real asshole to the mother? It's not Camille, is it? It was one of these girls here. One of the sisters, no? And then she's the other one that... These two are the ones that have died, right? Just these two? It's just these two, right? Or am I remembering that wrong? But this is definitely how I'd have them ranked. I might even have Camilla here. It's so hard, because I feel like these guys are going to play a good role. Not 100% sure about him. She's tripping. And the... Oh, yeah. Sail died. Box... Yeah, this is probably where I'd have them. And then where would I put his ability? I mean, Cyrenic is up here. When you have premonition level abilities, it would already be a strong enough ability. Like, I would already have him up here in S tier, right? But then when you add on that he's still learning, he could still unlock other abilities, and then you add the 2 Nen Beast on top of it, it's too much, bro. He'd be up here. He'd probably be at the top. The problem is, I think Netero would still probably get on his ass. I don't know what the extent of the Nen Beast are, but the thing is, like, if Netero's throwing hands at you constantly, that 10 seconds isn't going to give you shit. Because you can't keep trying to look ahead 10 seconds, because you've got to get back to your body and move the fuck out of the way. Or you're going to get hit. And you can't keep closing, opening, closing, like, it's just too much going on. So unless he unlocks a new ability or the Nen Beast are revealed to do something, I probably would put him maybe behind Krollo, so Rydnik would go somewhere here. Heinrich would also go up in this tier as well. Camilla's post-Nen, crazy shit, she'd go up here. Yeah, those princes, like, Cyrenic is probably here. Camilla is probably right here. Heinrich is maybe about here. And some of the other abilities, like the whole mind, yeah. I mean, they're up there. They're up there for sure. This is just a prince tier list. Is this alt 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14? Yeah, that's all of them. Go Lakers, am I right? Oh, this one was what Nen abilities we liked the most / thought were the strongest / the most useful. A lot of the ones at the top are like what I think are the strongest, most practical, could help pretty much damn near any situation. The ones down here are more kind of like, okay, what can we actually get some use out of down here? But not necessarily always the strongest. Because having the ability to manipulate, it might be stronger than some of the other stuff up here. Like her Genjutsu shit probably should maybe be more up here. Because she has a radius to affect so many multiple people. I think we're undervaluing Melody here. Does Melody need to be, like, up here? Yeah, the only reason we didn't have Milorion higher is just because it's so reliant on the ability to hold his breath. And that can be compromised by so many things. We're sleeping on Melody, I think. I feel like Melody needs to be up here. No? Is Melody not up here by fucking... I think that ability needs to be higher. Area of effect, essentially Genjutsu shit, or mood change, is kind of insane. That might need to be moved up a little bit higher. We're just, I know, the Emperor Time, I don't know, the limits. And that's another thing too, a lot of these guys aren't ranked higher because we don't know the extent of the abilities. Silva probably should be up here if I knew what he could and couldn't do. Zeno should probably be more this way if I knew what he could and couldn't do. But I don't have that information. I need more information on Kite to get him up. The slots is still kind of ambiguous to me. You don't want to see a My Hero tier list, I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. No. A lot of these characters get speed blitzed and are dead. This is a lot of characters. Like, you speed blitz and they're dead. Like, no, if you get on his ass, I don't know if he can open a portal that fast enough. If he can react fast enough, maybe. Paku, she's getting speed blitzed. Pakunoto's getting speed blitzed. If he doesn't have a smoke clone activated, he's done. Hisoka's bungee gum? Please. Not if you're decapitated. Machi? Yeah, a lot of these people, like, they're getting speed blitzed. For sure. There's just something overwhelming. Like, these abilities are great and all, but, like, if we want to include Miriam, overwhelming power is going to defeat every single one of people on these pages. I don't know what Ging does, but again, overwhelming power is just going to be better. But I'm trying to think of practical uses, best abilities. I think this is what we came up with. Yeah, and then we got to think of abilities that don't leave you TKO'd after the fact. You got to be able to, like, you can't just whip out an ability, get one good use out of it, and now you got to go to sleep for 2 months. No, we wouldn't shit on My Hero too bad. We're not going to talk about it as we would just talk about, like, what's going forward, character ranks, powers, abilities. My Hero has good abilities that could be some good ranking content. Next will be Naruto, though. We'll probably end up doing that before Christmas for sure. It could maybe even be next weekend, maybe. Could be. We'll get Naruto in here within the next 2 weekends. So either the weekend of the 8th or 9th or the weekend of the 15th, 16th. We'll do a Naruto tier list. Yeah, JJK as well. I'm scared for JJK. I don't know how many of you guys are Patreon members that are in the Discord. We were chatting about this the other day. Is JJK in trouble if it can't reproduce this type of season content again? Because I've already gotten whispers like this is as good as it gets. It's kind of like downhill from here. Is this going to be like a My Hero Demon Slayer situation? Like, you came out with an amazing season. Like, holy shit. It has not slowed down for 19 episodes. We only got 4 or 5 episodes left. How do you reproduce this? How do you pump out content that's going to be as good? I don't know. Yeah, again, the pain punch, like how much? Yeah, like it's a lot. There's a lot of like double risk abilities in here. Yeah, the Jujutsu Kaisen has had a lot of issues with the animation and stuff coming down the pipeline with these last couple episodes. Hopefully they're able to get these last couple episodes out and not take too big of an animation hit. And then hopefully they can address that going forward. Well, I guess we'll kind of get ready to send it off here. Yeah, it's like, does Jujutsu Kaisen have enough content to beat what it's putting out now? Like, this has been a rock solid season. It's like, damn, y'all went that hard. Like, I feel like you can't go anywhere but down. Well, this will be the last questions we got here. Let me go here. Close this. Open this. Pull this over here. Pull this over here. Pull this over here. Blow that up. Come over here. So this will be the last question we have, guys, before we wrap it up here. My throat and speaking voice is tapped. I gotta get some medicine in. I wouldn't call the next season. Oh yeah, personally the stuff going for. Yeah, we saw that. Would you rank this season Jujutsu so far higher than the best My Hero Demon Slayer? I need to see how it ends. I need to see how these Slobbertooth. I need to see, or who asked that? Simple. I need to see how these last 5 episodes end before I can answer that. Because It could really take a turn for better or turn for worse here in the next 4 or 5 episodes. Yeah, the animation has been fine. It's been fine. I know some people that Jujutsu Kaisen is like their top tier, and they said even though the animation has been fine, they wish that like the Shibuya stuff could have gotten the full best animation possible because the content is that good. So I get it from that standpoint. But I do think that I think this season of Jujutsu definitely beats anything Demon Slayer wise. Not from animation standpoint. Nothing beats Demon Slayer animation, and they'll always have that. My Hero, I'd have to really go back and think. From top to bottom season, I'd have to go back and think about that. But what do you guys think here? This will be the last question, and we'll go ahead and wrap it up here in the next couple minutes. Appreciate some of y'all that have been here from the beginning. Keith, Slobbertooth, Simple, and the people that are still here. Connor, Slobbertooth. I want to get on Bleach. When we're going to get to it, I have absolutely no idea. The overhaul stuff was really good. So this will be the final send-off question for Hunter x Hunter. Next time we get back on Hunter x Hunter will be if and when we ever get chapters again. Do you think, in your lifetime, Hunter x Hunter's story will ever get finished? Like I'm talking fully finished. I'm not talking like, well, he wasn't able to finish the story. Here's 3 or 4 chapters on how he said the story would wrap up, and they just kind of give us those. I'm talking a full-fledged Succession War, ship arc, Dark Continent, come back around, other characters in the main world, new arcs, all of it. Catch up with Killua, gone again, see the entire story, possible time skips, new characters, Gyro, all of it. Do you think in our life, like Hunter x Hunter will get finished? And if you do believe that, do you think it will be by his doing or by it being outsourced to someone else? Me personally, if I was a betting person, which I am from time to time, the story does not get completed. We never get a fully finished Hunter x Hunter story. That's where my vote would be. I think yes, if he outsources it and he fully commits to that, he's like, hey, I've committed to it. Someone else can write, someone else can animate. Let's pump this content out. Let's get, 100 plus chapters pumped out in the next like 2 years, and starts doing it. We get anime brought back in the next handful of years. What a time it would be. But if I was a betting man, I said we don't. Yeah. I think if he wants to have full creative control, he can have it. But if he doesn't outsource it, it'll never get done. But Keith, I do agree with that statement, though. Togashi has set up so much in motion that you've almost boxed yourself into a corner that you need to finish this shit. The Pandora's box teased open with the Succession, with the Princes, with the Nen Beast, with the Dark Continent, with the Zodiacs, with Ging, with Pariston, with yada yada yada, Gyro, blah blah blah. Like, this was stuff that was all set up post it, and like you could have just left it where it was when we ended with episode 148 or whatever chapter that was. And But yeah, if I was a betting man, I don't think it gets finished either. I don't think it gets finished either. If I was a betting person myself. Anybody else have any thoughts on that? Or we just want to end it on that? The depressing thought that Hunter x Hunter is never going to finish. I think so, Jason. I think if he keeps trying to pump out, if he keeps dripping chapters out and releases statements of, hey, if I don't survive, here's how it might end. I think he himself even wants it to be finished, or wants there to be some kind of closure or ending, and is trying to at least put something on paper if he can't produce it himself, I think he himself wants the story to be finished. I think all stories deserve to be finished. Now, if you said Hunter x Hunter ended where the end, Hunter x Hunter ended with episode 148 or wherever that is to the corresponding manga chapter, and there were all these loose ends of like, oh, well, what is the Dark Continent? Will we ever see Gyro? What happens to Gon? And it was just left there? I think you could say, yeah, the story doesn't need to be finished. It could be left open to interpretation. Maybe Gyro is out there. What is the Dark Continent? Is that a real thing? Is that where Iluka comes from? Those are all interesting ideas. But it could be left as such. He pushed the ball over the edge. He pushed the snowball down the hill. When we came back with chapters, and there was actual Dark Continent and specimens collected from the Dark Continent, and people had been over there, and beyond Neteros, and Ging, and Pariston, and Succession War, and we're going to the Dark Continent. Like, he started that. He started it. Now, you could say that he never thought his health would be compromised like this to where he couldn't continue going, but he did start it. And I'm sure he had a vision in mind of where he was going to go when he had started it. And you've introduced us to 60-something new characters. Like, the thing is, it's been open so much that, like, Jesus, it's going to take forever to finish it if it even gets done. What's the question, Slobbertooth? Yeah, and if I had to... Yeah, so we asked a question earlier. If one was to die in this arc, who do you think it is, Chrollo or Kurapika? I think it's Kurapika. Do you think the two of them will end up working together? I do. Do I think Kurapika will kill Chrollo? I do not. I think Kurapika and Chrollo will end up working together to stop Hisoka to whatever Hisoka's up to, or stop Tserriednich, whatever Tserriednich's up to or might do, or to stop a combination of them both, because I could see Hisoka somehow ending up in Tserriednich's, I don't want to say care, but in a subordinate role, because maybe Hisoka is scared of, / wants to fight, / will do whatever it takes to get that opportunity to fight. And I think that's going to end up putting Hisoka and Kurapika at odds. It'll put Chrollo and Hisoka at odds because they're already at odds, and it's just a lot of stuff. But any other questions or follow-up things, guys? We're here before we wrap it on up. We are here to wrap it on up. Yeah. I don't think every arc of every season has to be good. Or not even, like, some seasons can have back-to-back arcs that aren't the best, or some seasons can have good halves, bad halves, but the overall story can be good. You're talking to somebody that will die on the hill for Game of Thrones, and there's some people that won't even recommend Game of Thrones to people because of the last season. I think things can have up and down roads and still be good. Yeah, Connor, we're gonna do that as well. I have that link. We're going to rank every show we've seen once. Does Jujutsu finish before the year ends? I don't think it does it? We're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4 more episodes. 5. Maybe we'll do that at the start of the year. I want Jujutsu to wrap up, and then we rank every show that we've seen to this point. Now, we won't be able to accurately rank, Jujutsu and One Piece because we're nowhere close to finishing. But we can give a general idea. Oh, the Hunter x Hunter arcs? Oh, gosh. I guess I would say Ant, Yorknu. Golly. Heaven's Arena. Hunter. Oh, no, hold on, I'm missing one. I'd go Ant, Yorknu. Election. Heaven's Arena, Hunter Exam, Greed Island. Jujutsu ends last week of December, perfect. And I think that's all of them. I don't include the Zoldyck family arc in there, I just kind of clump it all in one. Oh, you want to include the manga arcs as well? Oh, oof. That could be a lot. Well, we'll just go off anime, because again, I hate putting manga stuff in there when we don't even know if it's ever going to be completed. Well, gentlemen, the next one we will do will be Naruto. And that might be next weekend. Naruto should be fun. It like every story, it has its up and downs, has its good and bad. But there's some great. What I will give Naruto is, which maybe I just gotta give some time. I don't know if you guys feel this way too. Maybe it's because Naruto is 800 something episodes or however many episodes it is. But what I will give Naruto for, and it used to be my favorite at one point, and that's changed the more I've watched and the more you kind of sit on it and rewatch it, is I think top to bottom of all animes that I've seen, Naruto has some of the best, like, collective, like, wide range of characters. Do we agree with that? I'm saying villains, side characters, side characters, main characters, good guys, bad guys. I feel like Naruto collectively, from top to bottom, has some of the best collection of all characters included. I feel like there's very little, like, forgettable characters. When some other, like, shows, I don't know, I feel like it has a strong character list. Maybe that's just me. Curious to see what they got. Naruto character. I'm sure the tier list is crazy too. Do I even want to look at these characters? Oh, that's not even that many. We're missing a lot there. Oh yeah, some of these characters are going to be great. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, these are going to be great. Oof. Yeah, we'll have a field day with that for sure. Well, every story has meh characters, but I'm just thinking top to bottom. Some great characters. I mean, every show has their, like, 10-10, but even, like, 10-10, which, like, a lower, like, side character, like, I find her screen time and stuff more enjoyable than, I guess, some other, like, low side characters. Tokyo Ghoul's up there. I think it's not as... Attack on Titan and Death Note are probably higher, but Tokyo Ghoul is definitely up there still in my top 5. Struggling to get through Naruto? Damn. I mean, the original Naruto is a little dry at some point, but, like, once Shippuden hits and you can skip all the filler and stuff, I feel like Shippuden is... That hits the whole way through, honestly. Especially if you can skip out a lot of the fluff. Like, I would take 10-10 over, like, half the characters in My Hero. I'm just thinking of someone like the lower people in My Hero. Like Sugar Rush or whatever the hell his name is. The old diabetes Sugar Rush Hulk boy. The one that speaks to animals. Like, we could just go on and on. Fucking Laser Navel. Like, the list just goes like, there's so many characters that, like, some of the low Naruto I would take of some of, like, the middle low of some other shows. Yeah, I enjoy... Naruto's a good watch, and I feel like Naruto's an easy rewatch. Naruto doesn't go too deep, I feel like. Of course, when you start getting into the spoilers, if you guys haven't seen Naruto or fully seen it, like somebody said they're only 100 episodes in, spoilers, plug your ears a little bit. Because in the beginning, I feel like they tried to go a little too hard with, like, oh, Kekkei Genkais, this is what this is, and this is what this is, and then they just got off of that. But once you aren't really into, like, all the Sharingan eye abilities, and you know, Izanami and Izanami and yada yada yada, blah blah blah. It's really like does not require a lot of like deep thinking. Like you see the abilities, you get the abilities, you got what it does, and you can like you can just flow, in my opinion. I've never seen Fairy Tail. Which one was I supposed to stay away from that a lot of people tell me? Is it Fairy Tail or just Seven Deadly Sins? I forget which one it is. And any of the follow-up questions, you guys can go let me know. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up. I told myself I was only going to go for 2 hours. We're right up about to be at 5 hours again. I think my voice is just shot. I think My Hero does a better job with its sidecast. I think that's just me. Oh, no. I agree, Slobbertooth. Avoid both. Oh, Lord. I was, the way Naruto handles a lot of its characters. Like, they just get sidelined 100%. That's true. But the screen time you get with those characters is impactful enough that, like, compared to other stories' characters, I would take any day of the week. Like, spoilers, again, if you haven't seen it, what ends up happening with Lee and Neji and other characters? It's like, well, damn. But still, give me a Lee, give me a Neji over a fucking, I don't know, a Uraraka, a Sue, damn, I don't know, half of the damn Hashiras in Demon Slayer. Like, I don't know. The impact that they had when they were on screen was strong that, like, it can carry me for ranking them. Yeah, we kind of lost the definition of a ninja there for a little bit there in Naruto. But yeah. I guess we'll go ahead and wrap it up. Maybe what I want for Christmas is an announcement that Togashi has given up full artistic and detailed writing control and is now just going to overhead all creative decisions, and Hunter x Hunter will be pumping out weekly chapters the entire year. That's what I wish for Christmas. Yeah, there's still Hashira to see, for sure. So we still got some to go. And then by this time next year for Christmas, we'll get an announcement that a Hunter x Hunter anime has started. Now that they have 100+ chapters with to work off of, we'll get 20 episodes covering all the way up until the ship is about to leave. Oh man, what a time that would be. But yeah, guys, any last questions? We're gonna go ahead and wrap it up there. Call it a day. 4 hours and 50 minutes later. If you're a Patreon member, Vagabond chapters 2 and 3 are going up on Monday. Tomorrow, I guess it's Sunday, right? YouTube, you guys are getting the final chapter of Berserk, I think. One Piece, Rayleigh is over here just busting people out, just almighty pushing everybody out the room and shit. I think on YouTube we just got introduced to Kami's mermaid ass. Got Mob Psycho going on, Berserk anime is going. I think we're on episode like 6. Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah, it's going. It's going. Oh yeah, we gotta get the Berserk. Yeah, so before the year ends, I want to do a Naruto and a Berserk stream. But appreciate everybody that's hanging out, that was here for the majority of the time. Jason, Connor, Slobbertooth, 308. Keith, I think we're here from the very beginning. Keith's been here for the whole damn near 5 hours, and a couple of other guys. We'll leave it there. Catch y'all on the YouTubes. Catch y'all probably next week for Naruto. And we'll just go ahead and end it there. Appreciate y'all.